Dungeons and Dragons. We back! It is session 19 of Adventures in Aanthara. Things will be murdered, possibly. Very brief summary, because we have giant things to attend to, literally. The party made their way deeper into the Raygrove wetlands, assisted by the recently acquired friend, Solomon Wongo, captain of the Underbranch Company, and have been searching for signs of the Blightlings. Found many of them, and have been attempting to track them down in order to acquire one, I believe, and or find sources. Honestly, don't know exactly what they're doing, because, they do their own thing. I'm just here. And, most recently, well, they came across a number of things that were not Blightlings, which they battled with quite successfully, but then got on the trail of some ping of undeath, thanks to Solomon and his primeval awareness, and followed that a short distance to what appeared to be a decently sized cave entrance, steeled themselves for what may lay ahead, and entered a bit before Yasnip, who was in the front, and Brightwing with her passive perception, heard a deep rumble, and Yasnip, as his eyes began to adjust in his dark vision kicked in, saw a massive set of jaws, a oddly, dully glowing pair of yellow eyes, and apparently the cave was blocked or filled with a giant creature of some kind. So, I need everybody to roll initiative, and we will go to the map.
Oh boy. Okay.
I'm the map.
Okay.
I'm the map.
New dice.
Yay, new dice.
I mean, new dice, but still.
Honestly.
Oh, that is terrifying.
What is it?
I'm still loading.
Oh my.
Why? Why is my initiative so bad? Always.
I'm in the wrong game.
Roll 20.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it started. Yes.
Wow.
Let's get it
tough. Let's get it started.
Oh,
Anybody
initiative.
roll higher than a 20?
Me.
20 or higher. Nice.
24.
Mm.
Wow, is that max?
No.
Wow.
No.
No.
He says.
I kind of.
Anybody
feel I
higher than a
needed this
15?
one.
18.
I have an 18.
Mm.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Are
we sorting by decks?
Yes. Well, you guys can do it differently if you want, but by standard, I would do dex, which I don't actually know which of you has higher dex.
It might be me.
I will have you know that my deck has Exodia.
What are your dexes? Oh, my
17.
gosh. Yeah, that's probably higher than Brightwings. You were the other 18,
Oh,
right,
8.
Brightwing?
Yeah, I have a 6.
Okay. Well, not by much.
Am I?
Okay.
Not much.
My
Dex
initiative
is
marker is
17.
almost.
I am not a strong bird, but I am
What?
a quick bird.
So the Bard's dex is 17. Wow.
Ew.
That's why I'm sneaky.
Mhm.
Eclipse and Age one?
5.
Oh. Age one?
Get Vanna back.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
What about Solomon?
I
Is he
don't
still
believe
here?
you. I really don't believe you right now.
Yeah, that's tough.
Was that the new dice?
Don't believe you.
That was the Vax dice. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You have to leave them out under a full moon with the 20s up.
Yeah. That's
20's up is important, but 1's up also helps.
Look, man, these dice haven't been rolled in a very long time. I just expected better from them.
Okay.
I think it's just you.
Yasnip, you went in a little further than everybody else.
I think Faye and I both were.
Yeah.
Okay. I will
Somehow.
put Faye up with you then. And you have just sort of turned this corner and see this monstrous creature. What would you like to do?
How far away is it?
Maybe 15, 20 feet, and it is a tight cavern. Like, when you guys came in initially, you saw these large scrapes along the wall. It was this creature is like forcing its way in here, it seems, maybe.
Okay. Well, let's start with something that doesn't ruin my economy, and I will pop out my weapon. And I would like the creature to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, I don't like the way you said that. Oh boy. Well, that's a natural 19
Oh, that
for a
succeeds.
15.
Nothing happens.
For a
Okay.
15?
Yeah. Yes.
Uh,
It's not very
It's
intelligent.
not
My save is
smart.
12, so I'm going
Oh,
to
no.
I'm going to back up.
You
And
poor lad.
on the way out, big teeth, snapping, not fun time.
Yep.
Moving
Okay.
back.
Faye, you're up. Brightwing is on deck. Faye, you cannot see the big teeth that he's talking about, but there's like a corner that he had just barely turned that you figure he looked around.
Can I like crouch and like look around the corner?
Sure. I will say you don't even necessarily have to move, but you sort of
Okay.
like peek.
Just like a little. Has it noticed us? Does it seem hostile?
It does seem to have noticed. It was kind of turning when Yasnip saw it and is now looking right at you and is its jaws are open.
No. No.
I agree.
Yeah. We all know what I'm gonna do. This is just far too large, and I will cast Reduce.
Oh gosh. What's the
It'd be
save?
a regular
It's
gator.
gonna be a Charisma save.
Okay.
Get him.
It's a 15.
Natural 18 minus 2 for a 16. Wow, I am rolling well. This is a good start. Maybe I will actually have a good combat.
I will also
Okay.
turn around and say, I tried! And like,
Yep.
boop to the back.
You went into Eclipse.
Okay, I couldn't
Whoa.
find
Or
myself.
Solomon, I actually don't know. Okay.
No, yep.
Alright, Brightwing, you're up.
Okay. I'm not gonna run in there, but I will help my friends, and I will cast Bless
Hell yes.
on the melee people. So Aidwin,
Okay.
Eclipse, and Yasnip.
God knows I'm gonna need it.
Mhm.
I think we're in the right order now, guys. It's all coming
Yeah,
to plan.
this is
Yes.
more appropriate.
Yep.
Why were we in the front?
Okay. Blesses on everyone. Anything else
Shenanigans.
you want to do?
Bonus. I could shift. You know, I'll probably need it if I get munched, so I'll shift.
I get munched.
I'll take my
Okay.
extra hit points.
I prefer
Okay.
not to get munched.
I don't
Alright,
want to get
you
munched.
shift. Solomon is up. He looks over at Yasnip. Is it coming out?
We'll find out soon.
Alright. I'm gonna find out from here. And he backs up to there, draws an
Let's
arrow,
go, Ranger.
knocks it.
Respect.
Yep. Okay. Now, does anyone have a passive perception above 13? So 14 or higher. Besides Brightwing, I know she does.
Oh, wait, above 13? 14 or higher?
Yes, 14 or higher. 10.
Damn it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got 13.
Just
man.
Brightwing?
Yeah. Wait.
Yep.
Okay.
We're not wise.
Brightwing, you hear the sound of skittering from several directions around you. Don't see anything initially. And then
Oh, good.
can't get to him.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh. That's a
Oh.
great
BBs.
line. Yep.
Okay.
Babies.
And then all at once, next to almost all of you, as they attack, you see several Blightlings, the creatures you have been tracking,
Oh.
materialize into existence
Oh,
feet
no.
from you as they all attack. Because where they were, this is what they were able to get to.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go Solomon first. Nope, that's gonna miss. 2 against Yas. Yeah, 2 against Yasnip. Or total 11. That's not gonna hit. Natural 1. So much for my. This is gonna be good rolls.
We take
One
those.
for Faye. That's much better. 21 to hit. That's gonna be
I
3
parry.
damage. 3 piercing damage.
The parry.
Oh! You have to be 5 feet from the target?
Yeah, from the person getting hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
pretty
then
sure.
you can do
I'll check
that.
real
And that you can reduce the damage with a die roll, right?
I think
Parry.
was it? I can
Parry
parry or I can
winkle.
intercept.
Well, another creature
I think it's intercept because it's
Interception. You can see it's a target other than you within 5 feet of you. Yep. Reduces damage by D10 plus 2.
Okay.
Roll away.
So it deals
Roll
3
away.
damage if she rolls a 1d10 plus 2 to...
Yeah.
Hey.
It reduces by 9, so nothing.
Okay, utterly canceled. Faye, you don't even see this creature lunge out at you, and Eclipse's reaction speed is honestly mind-boggling, but she whips out the spear, knocks its claw away. So that's another attack stopped, and then 2 on Brightwing.
Thank you.
Are
That's
any of
an
these at
11.
advantage?
No.
Okay, great.
None of
Good.
them are at advantage.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, dude. I didn't roll. I rolled 1 time above 11, and that one was parried. Why? Why is it me? Why am I this way? Okay,
It's
that's
not just
that.
you.
Fine.
Eclipse, you are up.
Gonna be this way?
Rad. All right. We need one of them.
Shit, I
could
forgot
do
that's
that.
why we were here.
Which one?
Oh yeah.
first? Okay. I'm gonna scoot over here because I'm guessing I can hit this one.
You can, yes.
Okay.
It's like it seems to have maybe clambered down the wall right there, based off where it
Okay.
is. Very Gollum-like, these creatures.
Ew. I thought they were gonna be fuzzy, like in
No.
my mind.
Oh,
No,
you've
they're
never
ugly.
seen them!
I've never seen them.
They are.
Oh, wow.
ugly.
Oh,
Well, no,
Um,
yeah, they're definitely not fuzzy. They are clammy and nasty and... Yeah,
That
they look
tracks.
very Gollumish. Big black eyes.
So I'm gonna try to get this out of the way. Can I grab this thing and just grapple it to start wrapping it up in a rope that I have?
Okay, yes. Make an athletics check.
Okay.
Please hold.
Alright. We gotta pick one. Alright. Don't fuck with this.
you have bless.
Oh,
That doesn't
Ability
affect
check.
it
that
with
a-
a saving
Not
throw.
ability checks.
Okay.
for athletics.
That's not very good. 11 for the Blightling.
17.
Yeah, okay. You grab it and basically like strong arm it, and you
Yeah.
want to try to wrap it up.
Yeah. Or wait, we have the bag, right? I'll just tie it up.
The
right
bag of
now.
washing.
Oh, dude. No, we're just gonna. I'm just gonna
Okay.
tie it up
Bubble
right
bath.
now and kind of
Okay,
just immobilize
I-
it essentially.
So I'm gonna say you can pull out your rope with a free action. It's gonna
Okay,
you're gonna have
but
to
I've
wait
got
your
it.
next turn to start tying it up. And
Okay,
you have it
I'm good
grappled,
with
it
that.
cannot move for now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put this one.
At the very least, I
hello?
now have a meat shield.
Right here, so we
Because fuck
know.
these things.
Yes, also true. Okay, now it is this lad's turn.
Great.
Big lad.
The large lad?
Edwin,
Dude.
you see, and now everybody sees actually, you see it first. Surprisingly quick for its size, this
Gulp.
horrific image of death. Not just that it will bring death, but clearly dead or undead. Bits of it sloughing off. Like it's one of its eyes is mostly gouged away. It looks rotted and horrific and gigantic, and it is coming for you with jaws that could easily snap around both halves of your body without question. And it is going to attack you.
That's great.
And one with its bite and one with its tail. So with its bite, that's going to be a 19.
That hits.
Okay. That is 11 damage.
Okay.
And you are grappled. And while you are grappled, you are restrained.
Okay.
And then with its tail... with its... Yeah, it's going to still go against you. That's going to be a 25 to hit. So I think that's going to hit.
Meets it, beats it. Yeah.
Yep. True. And that's going to be... Ooh! 20
Oh.
bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
That
So-
was a lot.
Just because I'm curious and I just want to see you do the mental gymnastics to make this function properly.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm stuck in its jaws, how is it hitting me with its tail?
It's
man?
curving itself almost in half, and its tail is very long, and it brings it down on you
Fair.
from behind.
Have you ever seen
Uh,
an alligator like go in a circle? Like their tails are like longer
Yeah,
than their
it's-
noses when they whip them
It's
around.
nasty.
Did you use? Wait, are you in the jaws? Did you have to roll?
Oh,
for
Yes,
that?
he
No,
is.
I'm
He is
in
held
there.
in the jaws.
Did you
Uh,
do blessed?
There's
It's not a
there's no
save.
roll. You're automatically
Okay.
grappled
I'm
once
just
you're
there.
bit. Yep, and restrained while grappled. Okay, well that was a good turn for the croc. Edwin, you're up.
No, I'm not. Wait, Eclipse
yes,
went.
you are.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Yep. For once, I got the initiative right. Oh, Yeah. Hold on 1 second, please. Let me just double check the range on this.
Okay.
Yes, I'm good. Okay. Solomon is going to unleash his held attack before you go.
Hmm.
That's all right with you.
Okay.
For dirty 20, that will hit for 11 damage. Okay, now you can go.
Sorry, I really have to think now because this
Yes,
is now live.
you are not in a great position here, and the damage rolls were very good.
Hey Matt,
Yes.
what initiative? Like who did the Blightlings come after? Was it after Brightling?
Solomon.
Okay. Thank you.
So, what does the ceiling of this cave look like? Does it look pretty sturdy?
It looks like rock and like overgrowth and bits of moss here and there because most everything is wet around here. I would say it looks decently sturdy, yeah, and the creature's about like half in, half out, more or less, so it's kind of barely under the lip of it still. If that's what you're asking about. It doesn't look like an old abandoned mine, but it doesn't look like it's well supported or anything necessarily. Yasnik, you're on deck, by the way. Very think, much wow.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot to think about right now.
Well, you don't have to go anywhere, so you you can try to break free if you want.
Yeah, that's an action though, yeah?
Yes.
God damn it.
Bless
Yeah.
you.
Sorry. I didn't mute in time.
Bless.
There.
Okay. Shit. Oh, this is agony. Okay. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do. I'm going to bonus action Valve Enmity so that I can get advantage. So it's just a
Okay.
neutral roll on him.
Yep.
And I'm gonna attack.
Okay. Attack.
We're good. 22.
Yep, that hits. Roll damage.
Yeah, so this is going to be Divine Smite.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
And so it's 3d8 because it's undead.
Yes, it is. Oh, I forgot about that. Big.
So 8 points of slashing damage
Okay.
and 18 points of radiant.
Oh my! That's a big. So it's 26 total.
That's a big.
Yep, 26 total.
Oh my heavens!
That's not as much damage as he just did to Edwin.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
There's a
Wow!
lot.
Okay.
And I will use my
That's a
movement
lot of damage.
to have my life flash before my eyes.
Yep. Yep.
He was about
Okay.
ready to say, "You don't have movement."
Yeah.
All right, Yasnip, you're up. Faye's on deck,
Mm.
and Aegwin is in this thing's mouth. Let's see. There you go.
Ah.
If you're talking, you're muted.
Okay.
Okay.
It begins.
I think I have to do this. I am going to bonus action Hex the large croc and give him disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay. Okay.
And as the cloud goes off the blade with the first spin, coming back around, I'm going to attack the one right next to me.
Okay. There we go. Go for it.
That is a dirty 20.
Yes, that is very much gonna hit. Also, for what it's worth, Aegwin, with the... Well, I'll tell you later. Remind me to tell you later this thing that I'm thinking of.
That is
Gotcha.
16 points of damage.
Oh! The one closer to you? Or to Faye, or the one beneath that one?
The one right next to both of us.
Yeah, that one is muy dead.
Oh,
Or I will
okay.
call it unconscious for now, just in case you guys want to use anything. Technically, these things will all be bleeding out. I know you want to save one. Although Eclipse has
I will throw out, I did not have that as a focus. He gone. Like,
Yeah.
He gone.
I have the mission priority. We're good.
and that will be, I'm gonna take a step to this side.
Okay. Do not leave combat of the other one, so no attack opportunity. Faye, you're up. Brightwing is on deck.
Okay, I am going to that one's dead now, so I can step here and not incur an attack of opportunity, correct? Well, maybe I'll just go right here because he's technically in that space.
Yeah, he
And-
kind
yeah,
of is.
Yeah, okay. I will pull out the lute and look at the croc, and I'll just sing, do you feel like a man when you drag him around? And I will cast command on him to
Yes.
drop it.
Yep.
And then,
Okay.
with my bonus action, I will use my Celestial Revelation.
Ooh.
And the eyes will go
Ah!
black.
Oh,
So he's
wait.
within 10 feet of me, correct?
Yes, he is, and
Yeah,
so are
okay.
a lot of Blightlings. Well,
Okay.
2 Blightlings. Actually, only 1 Blightling. Never mind.
Yeah.
Where you are specifically. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. So
Could
quickly,
knowing that, could I have stepped 1 foot, like 5 foot to the side, to try to hit?
you
No,
you
because no.
can
she's
move,
got
but you
that
will
one.
take an attack of opportunity.
You're right. That's why I did that. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So the save is for the
Mm-hmm.
for the command.
Is-
Thank you. Okay. Well, there goes my luck. It has run out. That's a natural 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So
Good,
on his
good,
Okay.
good, 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 good.
Yep. On his turn.
And
Um,
then he needs to, well, and that might happen on his turn as well, the wisdom save.
The wisdom save for your celestial revelation, I think everyone makes on your turn. But they just become frightened if they fail, right?
Yes, so a charisma save now to become frightened of
Charisma
me
save.
until the end of my next turn.
Got it. Okay, so for the croc, fuck, 9. So he's also frightened of you,
And he
and
can't
that
come
lasts until
towards
the
me.
end of your next turn.
Of my next turn.
Goodness. Okay, Blightling next to you. That's an 8. He's frightened.
And
And that's it. It's 10 feet.
10 feet.
Yeah. Okay, then that's it.
Um,
Okay. Wow. Wow. Weewa. That's big.
It doesn't say anything about attacks against me having disadvantage, like the frighten effect. It's a different.
Well,
thing.
yeah, they become frightened as in they get the condition frightened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So he can't move, and he has disadvantage if you're in his line of sight.
Yes.
Woo! Okay. That's your turn?
Yep.
Okay, Brightwing, you are up. Solomon, you're on deck.
So he failed the command. So on his turn, he's going to drop 8.
Mhm.
Yes. Technically, you don't know that, but
Oh, okay.
I will say that, and this can apply to future reference, like, I will say you guys probably begin to recognize Faye's spells, and she does use the word drop at the end of her song to command it in a certain way, and I would say, like, if Faye gives a quick look to people, like, you can pass along easily to your friends that you believe it's going to work, if that makes sense. So generally
Okay.
speaking, you guys can act off of that.
Okay.
It's that reassuring look as opposed to the.
Yeah, as opposed to the just to make things easy for fight
Future.
planning. Yeah, in these kinds of
We've
scenarios.
been fighting for a while. You've used that
Alright.
like 7 times in the
Yes,
last
Alright.
with great success.
Yeah.
7 times in one fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was running out of
So-
songs that had the word drop in them.
So how
Yep.
how badly hurt are you? Before I
Can you see him?
You're talking about Aedwin?
yeah,
He looks pretty bad,
Yeah.
pretty bad.
and in Jaws.
And in Jaws. So
Although
okay.
you expect maybe he won't be soon.
And you just saw me do my scary thing.
Yeah, no.
Oh, is it creatures that I choose within 10 feet of me?
No, I don't believe so.
Oh,
What
I'm
does it
sorry.
say?
Creatures other than allies.
Okay.
You're good.
So I look scary, but you're not afraid of me.
Yes, they've seen this before.
Oh. I have to get close for cure wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Because healing word would not do enough to if he got hit again. Okay. I'll run up and take an
Okay.
attack opportunity to go heal it.
You're gonna take 2 tax opportunity.
Technically,
frick!
one. I have that one.
Yeah, you do have one, but it's grappled, not restrained yet, so
Ah.
it can make an attack. So both of these guys are gonna take attacks on you.
Okay. Ooh.
That's a 7. That's an 8.
Oh, God. Wonderful.
He's not doing anything.
Why? Why is it me?
These things aren't really
I
that
will-
scary, guys. You kind of
Oh, yeah.
beef them up.
It wasn't that. It's just we need one. That's the
yeah.
problem.
And
There's also.
I
They
will
look scary.
cast- I will cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level,
Okay.
which is
Roll your cure wounds.
Shit, it is.
Cure wounds. Okay.
There you go. Let's see. Ooh, 8 and a 4. So 12 plus 5. 17.
27. No, 17, yeah.
17 hit points. Woo! Okay. Aedwin making his way back. Alright, anything else you want to do in your turn?
Wha-
Bonus action. I can't. I already cast the spell. Yeah, I can't cast Shillelagh as a bonus because I already cast the spell. Wait.
It's a cantrip.
Shillelagh's a cantrip.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, then I'll do that. I'll cast Shillelagh on my staff.
Okay.
As a-
Staff Shillelagh. Hell yeah.
Can't you attack with your staff when you've cast Shillelagh? I thought, is it not like spiritual weapon where you can cast it and then immediately attack?
I don't think
I
it's
don't
reaction.
think so. Do you see
Also,
on your spell?
If it's
Right wing?
if it's an action, then yes, but it is a bonus action.
Yeah,
so
it's a
an
bonus
empowerment.
action.
A bonus
Okay.
action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, that's one hell of a cantrip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of damage,
It's like
but
green
it's
flame
Yeah.
blade and all that
Well,
stuff.
when you have
Yeah,
when
okay.
you have as much wisdom as I do, it does. Idea.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. Solomon is up. He is not going to make range attacks this thing on him, so he's going to drop his bow, whip a staff out that he keeps, this quarterstaff, from behind his back, and swing at this guy on him. For... does that hit? That's real close to hitting. Barely. And that's going to do... Okay. He does not kill it, but it is lower. And you know what? He's gonna move to a position where he can fire, hopefully. He's gonna try. Okay. He's gonna go as far as he can. Okay. And this guy's gonna get an attack of opportunity on him. Of course, now I roll well. That's a dirty 20 against myself. Why do I do this to my... Oh, no, that's the wrong guy.
It's myself.
Yep. Okay. All right. The Blightlings are up. This one is going to try to escape you,
Okay.
Eclipse. So athletics check from you. Wow, that's really good. You can beat it, but 21.
Can I?
Yes, technically, mathematically.
Alright,
What's
I
your
might
roll?
need to throw these dice away. That's an
Oh
8.
no. Okay, this one
That's
wiggles free.
Fucking trash. Alright.
And
Like, man.
it's gonna move to here
Alright, you're go.
and attack you. It's not trying to get away because that's not their goal, but it doesn't want to be
Yeah.
grappled by you. This one's gonna move up on you, and then this one is gonna chase Solomon, so he doesn't even get his range attack. Okay, one against. We're gonna say 2 against Eclipse.
Alright.
Nope, that's another natural 5. Why am I
Okay.
this way? 13, that's not gonna hit you, I don't think. 1 against Faye with disadvantage because he's frightened, so this should go well. Well, 13, that doesn't hit you, right?
no.
Dang it, that was such a good roll, but the disadvantage ruined it. And then against Yosnip, 16?
Does not hit.
Oh, what do you mean? Damn it. Okay, and then
Go.
against Solomon, 16 does not hit. Yeah, this is their lives. Oh boy. Okay. That's fine. I'm fine. Eclipse, you are up.
Alright. Well, now that my goal is completely out of my hands and I'm not dealing with that anymore.
Literally.
I will deal with this nonsense later. I'm gonna scoot up here, cause more problems, and just...
Okay.
Okay, so I have a silly idea, but the cavern's really small, right? Like, this thing's basically taking up the whole mouth of it. There's no
Yes.
way to get on top of it.
It's like the sides of it are very nearly scraping along the rocks.
Okay.
And you could like probably leap over it. There's probably like a 5 to 8 foot gap above it,
Okay.
but it is filling up a vast majority of the entryway.
Okay. I was
Probably
gonna
closer
do
to 5 feet than 8 feet.
some wacky
but-
shit and get on top of it, but I'm not doing that anymore.
Okay.
I'm gonna lay into this thing.
Okay, go for it.
I'm tired of this. Please.
I'm tired.
Please, literally anything. I would love to do anything right now. That's an 11, Matt.
That misses.
I'm gonna action surge and do it again.
Yes.
Did you roll? Did you
Yay!
roll
With
with
bless?
bless?
No, just bless.
Oh,
So
you get a
it's-
D4.
Yeah, you get a D4 of plus.
Look here. 11, 14?
That just misses.
Oh.
Again,
You
I
could
action
have hit him.
surge and we fucking go
The
again.
max D4.
And again.
And a D4.
It doesn't fucking hit, man.
With a D4?
It was a 4.
Oh man.
You
At
know,
least
1.
Jess balances out my bad attack rolls.
At least if you guys are gonna miss, roll a 1. Cause then
No. Listen, if my brother can only roll 2s in combat, I will also only roll single digits.
It
that
runs in the
aren't
family.
ones.
Yeah, I feel that.
Okay.
are
That's
the
your turn,
worst.
yes?
Yeah.
All right.
That's fine.
It is the Croc's turn. It opens its mouth. When you roll out, land on your knee, more or less. And it shakes itself and does nothing else because that's its whole damn turn. And Adwin, you're up.
Yeah, sure am.
This spell is a bane
So,
of my existence.
What
and
happens
it's not even
with
bane.
my Divine Smite stuff?
Yeah. So are you talking about? Does it look like it had a?
Sure, yeah. Or whatever
Yes.
it was that you mentioned earlier? Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you get the sense from watching your power surge into it. You saw these like huge pieces of undead flesh fall off, and just like bursts of the energy that you put into it like fly out of other various holes and cracks in its body. You do get the sense that it was very effective, to use certain terminology. In fact, so effective, I will note, because I can't remember what Brightwing's pre-spell crit removal damage was, but that was 44 damage total, which
Yeah.
might be the most, I think, in this campaign so far.
Oh, is it vulnerable?
Yeah, I dealt 44
Yeah.
damage total. Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
Two
I'm
guiding
going
bolts.
to bonus action Hunter's Mark
Okay.
to put Hunter's Mark on the big old croc.
Yep.
And I'm gonna go in again with advantage.
Okay.
Bless.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, hold on.
22.
That-
21.
yes,
One of-
that
one of
hits.
those.
Yay!
They both
Uh,
hit.
I'm going to use my
Yay.
last spell slot to do
Yep.
another Divine Smite.
Fire away.
So
Oh,
that's
still 3d8.
4d8 plus 1d6 plus 5.
48? I thought you said it was 3d8.
Is it a two? Is it a
It's a
second level?
3d8 smite and then 1d8 for my sword.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
1d6 for the heck. Oh no.
1d6 for the Hunter's Mark.
Yeah. Hunter's Mark, that's what it is.
He's
He's
hexed,
hexed
yeah.
and Hunter's Mark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hunter.
This poor lad.
Not
We just
Uh,
need Bane.
Good lad.
All right, Matt. I'm here to fuck your shit up.
Yeah.
So that's going to be
Give me all the non-radiant first.
so 13 points of non-radiant,
Okay.
and then 20 points of radiant,
Undoubled.
undoubled. So it'll be 40.
Oh! Whoa! Okay, well that's definitely the new record.
20 on
Oh
3d8.
my Gosh.
Yeah, I rolled an
oh.
875.
What does your Divine Smite look like to everybody else?
So as he's sort of getting up from being tossed out of this creature's jaws, as he looks up, these sort of fiery sparks kind of shoot out of his eyes. And as he pulls his sword out of the ground, he kind of sweeps it across the ground as well. And those sparks travel down his arm across the sword and just lay straight into him as I cleave into the underside of his jaw.
Yeah. The rest of you see that the burst of energy off his sword as it cleaves through it, like arc across its body. Bless you, I think? Or hiccup? I don't know. Okay. And like, I forget what movie it is, but there's like bursts of light that are coming out of bits of parts of its body.
Casper?
Happens in some.
Not
No.
Casper, when she's moving on.
You see this energy bursting out of it, and just like massive spurts of undead flesh go flying off of it in all these spots.
Oh.
Whatever Edwin is doing to this thing is fucking it up, and you can all see this visually. It's not dead, but that is your turn, yes?
Yeah, I'm staying right
Okay.
here.
Yasnip, you are up. Phase on deck.
If you could remind me, how does your ruling work for pulling out weapons? I'm trying to pull out 2 daggers if I'm able to.
You can pull out one thing with a free action.
Mm-hmm.
You trying to pull out a second one?
So my hope is that I can get 1 dagger at the one near Solomon. However, if I can't do that, then I'll just use my weapon. I want to get 1 at him, but I can't attack twice on my turn.
Like pull it out with one hand and fling it at him?
Yeah.
And then attack with your weapon against the one next to you?
Attack with a different dagger, because I don't think I can attack with 2 daggers. Or with a dagger and then my weapon.
Oh.
I think I have to choose one or the other.
You definitely have to drop your weapon to do that. If you wanted to, I would say you could, but you'd have to drop your weapon.
I will drop the weapon.
Okay. And I'll say you can pull out 2 daggers with your free action, basically.
I'm
You
going
have
to
2 hands,
take
so it makes sense.
the first and chuck it at the one by Solomon.
Okay.
Plus a d4. Oop, that fell out. Not great. Where's dagger? Okay, that's better. Dirty 20.
That hits.
Wow.
That will be 10 damage.
Okay. Through its neck, and it falls dead at Solomon's feet.
And then the second dagger, kind of turning around in a similar fashion with the weapon and how that I've been moving with it, I'm going to spin and kind of like backstab into the one in front of me.
Okay.
Which will be 16 to hit.
That hits.
An offhand attack doesn't add modifier,
Correct.
so it is just 3 points of damage.
Okay. Also, unfortunately, you had disadvantage on that first attack. I just realized because this creature is within 5 feet of you. So make that roll again.
Okay.
Just to be sure.
Higher.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, the one in front of you takes a slash. Does not look dead, but hurt. And that's your turn?
Solomon, we need 1 alive. Get them off of everybody else.
Understood. Faye, you're up. Brightwing, you're on deck.
That one's still afraid of me. So
It
yeah, I'm gonna turn around at the other 2 and cast Thunderwave.
Yeah. Okay, square down to the bottom left so it hits both of them.
Yeah, 15 feet.
Okay. Alright, that's a Constitution save?
Yep.
Hey, look at me learning your spells.
Hey, look at that.
The one on the left rolled a natural 1. Just excellent. You love to see that. And the other one rolled a natural 5. My Blightling rolls, I want to see the math on them. They're so bad.
So
The
poor.
Croc is out doing pretty okay, but...
It's not good. It's not
Well,
good.
he's not doing okay right now.
That is gonna be 12 damage to both of them, and they are pushed 10 feet away from me.
Well, their bodies are pushed 10 feet away from
Oh.
you. They both go flying. One smacks against the wall, dies. The other one goes flying over here, basically crunched in half, dies.
I killed things, guys!
Yeah.
I did
Okay. Anything else you want to do in your turn?
I would like to, yeah, I'm gonna, since I killed those guys, I'm gonna just beat Bop over where they were. Yeah. No. Actually, 5, 10, 15, 20. No, I don't want to get that far. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just look at... Let's see who's... No, that's good.
Okay.
I don't have much left.
Okay. Brightwing, you're up. Solomon, you're on deck.
Okay. I will take attack of opportunity because I have to back up to do the spell. And I will back up to here.
5, 10, 15, or 20? Well, actually, before we do that.
No.
Oh gosh.
That counts.
It does not count. I didn't even look at it. Oh, that's a 22. You're not going anywhere. As you tried to leave, and the two buff soldier peeps on either side of you see this, it
Oh, good.
grabs you in its jaws, and you are grappled and restrained. And you take
Oh, gosh, not good.
15 piercing damage.
You take
15?
You still have your turn, though.
less
And I-
because of
Okay,
intercept.
interception. Okay, 9 damage.
I apologize.
9 damage.
Did it make that a disadvantage?
It's not a
stop.
strength check. It's just an
Well,
attack.
he's frightened, right?
At the end of my turn.
Yeah.
Face turn
Oh,
audio.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
My bad.
It's okay.
Barely.
He's
Thank
fine.
goodness for me.
Okay.
Well, what do you want to
Is it
do
just-
now?
Can I still guiding bolt him? It would just be a disadvantage?
Yes, you can. Yes,
From
it
the
would be a
inside?
disadvantage.
Okay, great. This is
Internal guiding
fine.
bolt.
We make it work.
I got 17 to hit.
17 hits. That's pretty good at disadvantage. Roll your damage.
Yeah, I have +7 to it, so I did actually roll low. How many? 5d6. Do I have 5d6? I have 3. 6 and 2 1s. Ooh, and 2 6s and a 4. So 12.
3.
18.
And 18. Double to 36. Would you
88.
like to describe the finish?
Oh god.
This guy got fucked.
So I think as she is like chomped down and like restrained into
This
it,
is from
she
in its
like
mouth.
from its mouth, she's like inside the mouth, and she'd probably be go this way,
Sideways.
so she's inside, right?
You're like half in, half out. Like
Half in, half
your
out. Okay.
midsection is in. It kind of turned to with its
So
clamp.
she, I think, just puts one hand outside and one hand inside, and just even though she doesn't know if it's gonna work, she's gonna channel all of her divine magic and call to the wilds for help, and just rock the guy with.
Yeah. Okay. Eclipse and Agewood, make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Radical.
Get splattered with goo.
4.
4. Eclipse. You're muted, maybe?
6.
6. Okay. You watch as literally a pile of bright colored light C4 detonates within this thing's head, and you would see the remnants of a stump of head if your eyes, bodies, everything was not covered in undead giant crocodile guts. It is absolutely horrific, and it smells really bad. But this thing is very dead. Okay. And Brightwing, you, I would say, can pry yourself out of its jaws without much issue.
Okay.
Do you want to move with that?
Uh,
There are still 2 creatures on the map.
yes. I'll move here.
Next to it. Okay. All right. Solomon is up. He's gonna shout back at Yasnip. Only one, right?
1.
Knocks an arrow, fires at the one next to you. That's gonna miss, actually. Wow, bad rolls for Solomon.
Come on,
it
dude.
Goes, oh yeah, it goes flying over him, hits the wall behind. Shit. And he will come up 5, 10, 15, 20 just to make sure this one can't get away in case you guys decide to do that one. Okay. They are up. One is gonna attack Brightwing, and one is gonna attack Yasnip. This is all they know.
Aw,
Brightwing. 16
it's my armor class, so yeah, it hits.
4 piercing damage, or is it slash? It probably doesn't matter too much. And then against Yasnip, it is piercing. Ooh, 18!
Mm-hmm.
For only 2 piercing damage. Oofed.
Oof.
And that is their turn. Eclipse, you are up. Age when you're on deck if needed.
Alright. Let's try this again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to waste a feline agility to see if the momentum gets this off of me. Because I feel
Okay.
disgusting. And I'm gonna tackle this fucking thing over here.
Okay.
It's like the wet cat.
Roll a acrobatics check for me, and then roll an athletics check.
Okay.
I believe
Okay.
in you.
Acrobatics
Mm-hmm.
is 21.
Damn! Okay.
And the athletics is a 16.
I don't think he really has much of a chance. No, he does not. Even with the natural 17. Okay, so you, in a furry flash, a blur of dark, like, dodge back and forth a couple times, spin and flip through the air, and tackle this thing. Most of the undead shit goes flying off of you. Some of it probably lands on Brightwing and Faye, unfortunately, as you run. And you tackle this thing. And grapple it very successfully on the ground. Okay.
I'm just gonna like headlock it, hold it, just like.
Okay. Adwin, you're up. Croc is dead. Yasnip, you're on deck.
With my bonus action, I'll move the Hunter's Mark to the one next to Brightwing and myself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know why I said that's so weird? And then
English.
yeah, it's fine. I don't get to move over my other
That's not
thing.
frightened anymore.
No, that's a shame. All right. I'm going to stab him.
Go for it.
$19 to hit.
Yes, that will hit. Roll damage.
That'll be a total of 9 points of
That
slashing.
is exactly what you needed. All right, you slash through this thing, cut it nearly in half, and it falls dead at Brightwing's feet and your feet. Anything else you want to do? Movement, bonus? Oh, you use your bonus. Movement.
Yeah. I will. You know what? Actually, no. I'm probably just gonna collapse. Yeah,
That's very fair.
I'm gonna do that. And
Okay.
that's it. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. Faye, Brightwing, Solomon, then Blightlings. I'm gonna just go ahead and say that given the amount of people around him and the number of people ahead of him, this Blightling's not getting out of here. And we can call the combat there. So Eclipse, and you have him in a very frustrated giant cat headlock. So he's not going anywhere. So we will call the combat there. And you have him, and you want to tie him up?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and tie him up.
Is the crown or?
I get it all
Something.
tied up, bundled, and just holding it. I'm like,
We could
I
try
mean, if you
it,
want
yes.
to try it, right now's a good time.
Who's got it?
I'll pull it out of the pack.
Who would be the best to use it? Do we? You just put it on?
Would think you. You're the most inclined
Me?
with magics.
Huh.
I
I'm equally magically inclined.
not me.
Yeah. You probably
Uh.
let Faye do it.
I got a little bit of an arcana.
I could help her.
Yeah.
So do you think you can do it, Eclipse?
No, I mean, Faye can do it. There's no way I'm doing that.
I'll hold it over to Faye.
Well, take a good look at it. It does
Oh.
like I haven't held this or looked at it yet. Is there any like there's runes inscribed on it, right, that are glowing?
There are some very faint runes along the edges that go up to the temple, and then there's these two like nodes that sit right here that would set at the temples that have this very slow, pulsing white glow.
Does there seem like there's a switch or anything on it, or it's magic? Yeah.
There does not seem to be a switch of any kind. Also, I will note for everybody's context that this Blightling, despite being tied up, is
Squirmy. Yeah.
yes, all
I have
over the
it
place.
hugged as hard as I
am I-
can, trying to make it not do that.
I've got Hex on him, disadvantage on strength.
Nice.
Moving
I
that
can
over.
cast Bane on him too.
I would
Fuck
say,
it,
given
I'll put Hunter's Mark on him. Why not?
Stack this bitch with debuffs.
I would say
I'll use my last
Eclipse
spell
can-
slot. I'll use my last spell slot and cast command and say stay.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. So that
It
gives
stops.
me 6 seconds.
Well, just for
Okay.
fun.
Oh.
It's wisdom, right?
No, I'm gonna make it charisma. 'Cause I
Oh,
don't
either
have
way.
He's gonna make it charisma.
Either way, it fails.
Okay, good. Just for safety.
Okay.
All right.
I'll cast guidance on you just in case.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Let's get it. I
Can
will
I-
like.
Make a quick scan for eyeballs.
Yes. Roll a perception check.
That is not with bless, right?
No.
Okay, just want to make sure. Not great. 6.
You don't see anything. There's a bit of a distracting situation going on, but other than that, no, you don't see anything else. There's a giant croc corpse that is headless, basically. Yeah.
Just leave it.
That's
All right. So I will, in the 6 seconds, kneel down on its chest just in case, like knee into the chest,
Mhm.
Give it.
and just like.
Okay. Put it on him.
Yeah.
Okay. You put it on. 6 seconds go by. And it starts writhing again.
Son of a bitch.
It does
There's a-
not seem like you have activated. However, when it sits on him, or when it like when it rests on his head, you see the band of it like adjust slightly to fit it,
Oh.
and the pulse changes its speed to match. Well, it goes much faster, basically.
Can I
Oh,
ascertain if there's like an activation for it, like a word or anything? Like.
Roll an Arcana check. You do have guidance. It
Yeah.
is a very high DC. But make a roll.
Can I just growl at it to go to sleep? And just hold
You
it
can
down?
cer-
Go to sleep.
You
go
can
to
certainly
sleep.
growl at it.
Go
Do you
to
wanna
sleep.
like headlock it to until it goes unconscious?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
If that's an option. Yes, I
what's your
do.
Arcana check?
25.
Okay.
Wow.
That
What was
was very close. Still not enough.
Oh
Yeah.
Fuck.
You
This
can't do
thing
it twice,
is-
Megan. You can't do it
This
twice.
thing is obscenely high.
That's reasonable. This thing is weird.
And from everything you guys have heard about it, it is a very rare and very high magic item. So it's not too surprising that you can't figure it out. Even
Go
though
to
you
sleep.
feel like you gave it its...
Knock it off.
Uh,
Stop.
As you say that, and you watch Eclipse slowly choking it out, it goes unconscious.
Okay.
Not sure if it was you or Eclipse, but it does go unconscious for now.
I just look at her and I give a thumbs up, like it wasn't me. Just-
Yeah.
You could. Does anyone know Draconic? Draconic is the most
Ew.
arcane.
I'm gonna-
Oh, just for fun, we see. Nope.
I'm gonna pass. Like, I'm gonna get up because there's nothing else I can do here, and I'll go over to Aedwin, and I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation on him to get some of the. And I'm gonna just sing, "Great green globs of greasy, grimy gator guts."
Yes!
And then I'll pump my healing hands into him.
Okay.
So 2d4.
The Healing Hands duo. You love to see it.
Yeah.
Just sing
7 hit points. There you go, buddy. That's a great roll.
Yes, it's good.
I can also cast prayer of healing if we need it.
Yeah, so at this point, I think after taking second game, getting a little bit cleaned up, we'll take a look around. Does anybody look like they could probably use a little pick me up?
I have 0 spells.
Solomon looks
I
pretty
don't need-
okay.
Solomon looks okay.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Brightwing's probably much.
I didn't get hit.
Brightwing's hurt, but she's okay.
Well, as he passes Brightwing, he's gonna put a hand on your shoulder and get you 11 hit points.
Okay.
Thanks.
You've...
What I keep doing? I keep putting damage.
Oh, buddy. 22.
As he touches your shoulder, Brightwing, you feel that trickle of warmth, and the wounds close up slightly.
Thank you.
Well, that's one task down. Does anyone want to come with me? I want to look in there and look at this creature. I haven't seen anything like this before.
I'm very curious, but
This is kind of what I'm here for. So, take out the book.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
gonna pull out a dagger
Okay.
and go with him.
All right. And he slings his bow over his shoulder and picks up his quarterstaff again. Okay, so Age, when you're gonna sit in front of it, use your book.
Yeah, I know it's missing a head, but I've got the rest of the body to work with, so
Yes, you do.
I've got a decent amount of stuff.
my bad.
Yeah. The creature is filling up the entryway to a degree that you can't even sneak by it on either side. So Solomon, and whoever wants to follow can follow, is going to walk up on this creature's body, climb over it, and try to get into the cave.
Can
I
I
will
get a piece of
try
it?
to do it.
You
Okay.
can get a piece of it. It is a nasty, disgusting, like
Like a
almost
claw?
gelatinous piece.
Or like,
Oh yeah, you can get a claw.
Are there any teeth left?
There are teeth, yes. There are also many teeth missing, fallen out, or rotted. But you could probably find 1 or 2 decent teeth and 1 or 2 decent claws if you wanted to. Brightwing, did you say you were going with Solomon?
Yeah, I'm going with.
Okay. And Faye, you're harvesting.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just on the ground, I'll just pick a couple of them up.
Okay. Eclipse, you're staying with the creature?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who has a bag that we can put him in.
Somebody bought some sacks for...
Yeah, we do.
I
have
don't think we
burlap
used them all.
sacks.
I
Yeah.
had burlap sacks.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I'm just gonna,
And...
because I only have the OxyClean bag.
Okay.
But we
Um,
love the OxyClean.
It's the best bag,
It's the
but it's not
best
good for
bag.
this intention
Okay.
at the moment.
Solomon and
Clean it up.
Brightwing, you clamber up over this creature. I'm not going to make you roll because you have some
Oh my
time.
god.
Yeah. If this was a quick situation, you might have to roll, but you have some time. And it's not super easy because this thing is like slimy, rotted, and burst in many places by massive chunks of radiant damage. But
Right.
eventually you do make your way up over it and into the cave behind it. Do you have dark vision, Brightwing?
I believe so, yeah. Yes, I
Solomon
have
have
60
dark
feet of
vision?
dark vision.
Solomon? No. Poor guy. Does he have a torch? Yes,
I could. Yeah.
he does have a torch. So once you guys get to the other side, he's going to pull out a torch. Unless you do something quicker than that.
No, he can pull out.
Okay,
Cast light
light
on
a
a copper
torch.
piece and whip it into the cave.
Okay. All of you see ping, ping, ping. Lit piece of copper bounce in just as he finishes lighting the torch. Appreciate it. And holds it up, walks in a little bit. You begin to see it doesn't go incredibly deep. It goes maybe another 30, 40 feet. And you reach this kind of like, it opens up a little bit and there's sort of a kind of den-like area. You see along the way, and definitely piled into the back, a lot of bones. And semi-rotted corpses, of all kinds of things. Given your background, I would say you'd be able to recognize a lot of it. Lots of creatures of the swamp. This thing has clearly been here for a bit of time and it's been eating, feasting on whatever comes its way. When you reach the back, Solomon holds up the torch, and you come up behind him and see what he sees. And the full back end of the wall of this cave is covered in those carvings that you had seen previously.
Oh.
Very similar. Similar art, if you could call it that, design, and similarly highlighted throughout the carved crevices with a dark crimson, mostly dried, all dried actually, from under the dark lock.
Okay.
Oh no, not under the dark lock. Before the end of your underground journey, quite a ways away from the dark lock.
Okay, so
actually.
not the little thing that we found on the river. The first thing.
No, not like that. Like,
Okay.
no. This was the bloody altar area
Okay.
looking thing with the large tentacled creature with that big mouth of sharp teeth. And one of the quickest ways you're able to recognize the similarity is that you see that same creature. Amidst many other drawings, a lot of which look like the little sort of crude versions of the Blightlings that you had seen carved under that creature in the previous room that you found. A lot of them spotted amongst what seems to be scenes of death, rot, forest, or wetlands, some sort of large like tree areas. And then quickly your eye is drawn to that large, curving, tendrilled creature with this gaping, round, open mouth of what looks like sharp, and many teeth that seems to, whether it's flying, hovering, swimming, you're not quite sure. This time you do see, it seems to be floating or swimming or flying, whatever it's doing, within two, what would be relative to it, massive shapes of like a jaw above and below that extend leftward. So they like open from the left or open from the right towards the left. And fringed above and below with these large spikes. Look also kind of like teeth on either sides of these jaws. And then carved on top of the upper one, just above these, or like just like almost even sitting atop or just above these spike shapes, you see what looks to be a somewhat feminine figure. It could be male, but it looks a little bit more feminine, with these two large, outstretched, exaggerated hands, and in the right hand, an eye, and in the coming out of the left hand, you see what looks like this cloud of small chips, basically. Like, you can't tell what they are. They're basically just a single like puncture or chip that's very small, but there's like this whole cloud of them that comes out from where her hand is, or their hand. Can't really know for sure.
The woman that they keep talking about.
You talking about the one some call a lovely lady?
Yes. Is that her?
I mean, I'm not the one to ask. I don't know if anyone's the one to ask. I wouldn't recognize her if I saw her. But that doesn't look good, whatever it is, I'll tell you that much.
No, it does not. I've seen carvings of these before, have you? Anywhere else?
You've seen something like this?
In Broward, when we were... Well, not in Broward. After we finished traversing the underground, there was an altar at the same carvings that looked like it was an altar. It's a blood altar. That creature, pointing to the temple, was what was there.
Do
I
you
don't-
believe these things made this? The
It's
ones
very-
outside.
Very crude.
It is.
I only assumed that the one in the previous place were made by them. Seemed that they were worshipping from what decipher from simple drawing.
Worshipping what?
So
That thing.
it does not look like it is the biggest predator.
Hmm. Goodness gracious. Why do I even try? Do you think we should get the others? Are they gonna want to look at this? If you've seen it before, it might feels a little relevant.
This book
Uh,
be able to
That whole sentence was cut out. I think you might need to
Oh.
try to like lower your threshold thing again or something.
lower my threshold.
Yeah, do you know how to do that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, try that. It was a bit choppy before, but that whole sentence somehow disappeared.
Hello.
Mhm.
Hello.
I hear you.
Edwin and Eclipse both saw the previous carving, but maybe Faye knows a legend that might go with it, or Edwin has a book that can help describe past beast. I'm not really sure how it works, but it might help.
All right.
If you could go back, I'm going to look more around.
Okay, fair enough. I'll be quick.
Okay.
He quickly walks back to the entrance. I would not even say climbs up, so you just hear a
I don't
voice.
blame him.
Anyone who can, you might want to come in here. There's carvings.
Huh. I mean, I get up,
So,
but I need a bag
yeah,
for this.
what progress have I made during this time?
You would not be quite done. You're probably like 7 minutes in. It takes 10 minutes to use the book, right?
No, the book lasts for 10 minutes.
Oh,
upon
that's right.
activation.
You just have to write everything down.
I just have to write everything down, and then it
Thank
comes
you.
back.
Okay. Yeah, and you get, given everything you can see, you would get all of the
But how's your penmanship?
bottom list. So let me pull it up real quick. Okay. It is undead. Shocker.
Yeah.
It eats literally whatever it can, and that could be alive, unalive, it does not care. It is huge, which you can tell, obviously. Has a 30-foot walking speed and a 50-foot swim speed, so good thing you didn't find it in the water. And a layer habitat you've found, so you don't even need to know about that. Yeah, okay, so you get all those.
So I get no Fey nonsense from this thing. It's just
No.
of this world.
Well,
Aside from the fact that it's horribly undead.
Yes, it seems to be whether you don't know how it became undead, but so obviously something unnatural is or was acting upon it. You do recognize that, but you do not get any Fey pings.
I'll come
Well,
into the cave.
Yeah, while people are coming in the cave, can
Yeah.
I just look at the carving like I did the last one and just see if I can see the intent behind it, like why they carved it, like I did the last time?
Sure. Roll an insight check.
I-
Fey are going in. Yasnip and Eclipse.
I'll go in as well once I'm done with my stuff.
Okay, I would say you're done.
Let's
This,
have
if you
my
wanna go take a
shifted
look.
abilities at this.
I mean, if we can just put it in a
Oh.
bag, that's really the other goal, right?
I'll throw a bag back as I'm walking in.
Okay.
Help bag it up.
Cat bag. Yeah. just for just a second.
Cool. I'm just gonna Make sure it's big enough to just stuff it in the bag.
Okay.
This'll help in case it wakes up. And just tie off the bag.
I figured it
Okay.
would be big enough. It was intended for tree branches.
Yeah,
True,
it's
true.
it's a stuffing situation. It's not like easily,
Yeah.
it's not it's like it's not an orange in a grocery bag. It's like a turkey in a grocery bag.
Good.
A big turkey. But
Yeah.
you get him in there, tie it off, and
Oh.
feel that
Faye, did you
if you
keep
were to
the
wake up,
circlet?
it should be okay.
Yes.
Okay. Grab my
Okay.
dagger and then I'll go in.
Okay. All right. So everybody's going in. Okay.
Yes.
Everybody makes their way in. You all see the same thing. What'd you roll in your inside check, Brightwing?
18.
18? The one you saw previously was more singular in its focus
Mhm.
and not as broad physically. So it was a little bit easier to kind of get a sense of what was happening. This just kind of seems, and again, I described to you kind of the things that stood out, but the whole back wall is covered with various scenes of largely it kind of just seems like creatures recording things that they know. Obviously that one creature, the writhing tentacled jaw creature, stands out because you'd seen it before, so you get a sense of that they see some significance in it in some way. Not sure exactly what, and obviously there's this new aspect to that where it is kind of between these massive jaw shapes. So that
And the
is
woman's
additionally
in the middle of the carving?
no, up towards the top. The jaws are kind of central in the wall, with
Okay.
the creature that's kind of between them, and then she's up kind of just above the jagged spikes or teeth-like shapes that are above on top of the upper jaw shape.
Okay.
So you gather all that. Everybody else arrives. Solomon still holding up the torch. Eclipse, Faye. I will say actually everybody but Brightwing make an intelligence check. Sorry,
What
Brightwing.
intelligence?
You are not much educated in the ways of the world.
It's okay.
You insight though. That is what you do.
17.
Just. Oh, it was a 9.
9.
Okay.
5.
Goodness. 5! Alright, everybody arrives, begins to take this in, and what the hell? It is very weird. Faye, it doesn't come immediately. It's like you're scanning a bit, and you kind of go from one portion to another, and then back, and then like when you're kind of half looking at one section, you kind of see in your peripheral the shapes again, and it's like, huh. And to you, it looks like the jaw shapes, the shape of this pair of jaws that's open around this like above and below this creature, and then below the figure above,
Mhm.
kind of looks like the Aristine Gulf and the mountain ranges that border it above and below.
Oh. Could you put the map on Roll20, please?
I can. Very
Cool.
crude. And not even properly like topographically shaped necessarily,
Mm-hmm.
but the spikes, and it was like in that peripheral where you weren't focusing on it, so they kind of blurred
Mhm.
together in a way. You got, well, those are kind of like mountains, and there's also mountains below, and it just, you get that, like, it kind of clicks for a second.
Who's got the map? Who's got the map?
The witch gulf?
Me?
Aristine Gulf.
Pull the
Oh,
map
the
out,
one right-
hand
okay,
it over.
hold it there.
I'll hold the map up to the wall, like nearby. What does this look like to you?
It's like, you guys can see it. It's not obvious. These creatures clearly don't have like an excellent sense of map and topography and shapes and stuff. But it looks like jaws in a similar sort of upward curving way, and the way that these spikes are coming off of both of these sides of the jaws very much kind of do look like those two mountain ranges.
They're not proficient in Katana.
What is around the jaws? Like, are there any like, you said that there was like a woman in the imagery as well, and other things like
Yes.
riding this creature?
So you don't see like a creature behind these jaws. It's just this pair of open jaws. You don't, or what looked like jaws, and now you figure maybe something else, or a depiction of something else, or maybe it's both. It's hard to tell, and you wouldn't know. Outside of that, there is a creature that is between the two jaws. That sort of, and you weren't here for the first one, but I described it briefly. It's like this winding, kind of snake-like form that has a bunch of tentacles and tendrils, kind of, yeah. And then this large circular maw filled with sharp teeth all the way around. It looks nasty.
The depiction of the feminine figure.
Yes, and then there's a figure above the upper set of jaws, just like right on top of it, kind of sitting atop the spikes.
I know I rolled a
Like-
5.
like
Is it like
circle where
in
the
the
ray-
Ray Grove area is?
So given that Faye has pointed it out, I would say that you can kind of like once she points out and holds up the map, you kind of can all clearly see that maybe that's what's intended here. It is roughly that far up the set of jaws, yes. And again, it's not like the exact curves and stuff of these jaws. It more just does look like a pair of like crocodile jaws, but with the spikes above and below that, and the way that they're shaped, and which they don't really look like teeth, which was kind of the odd part. They kind of do look more like very crude mountains. And yes, she is just atop them in that general section.
Based on the knowledge that we have of the Blightlings thus far, are they intelligent enough to be able to create these? Or would it have been something else?
These carvings.
Correct.
Did you ever hit the book on them?
I did, yeah. Let me see.
When we were tracking them.
Pick the book.
It wasn't a
Yeah.
yeah. I think I remember it wasn't a full reveal because you only had some
I
tracks
mean,
and things. Is that right?
There is some powder of them outside.
I have one in the bag.
Oh, man, I've got them somewhere. I mean, we have a Blightling. I can just book
Do it again
the
tomorrow.
one that we have.
Yes.
Well, it did a... I mean,
Has 10 minutes passed?
has it been a full 10 minutes?
It would not have been, but it's only one use per day, if I'm not mistaken.
It's one use of 10 minutes per day.
Right.
You've let him hit multiple things in a 10-minute span before.
Oh, you mean like could you go
Right.
back and rewrite?
Yeah. Because I have before.
Oh boy, that's this close. Let me think for a second because this is kind of relevant and important. Probably would have been
Let me
about
also check to see... Because I know I have notes on them somewhere. I just want to double check.
Are they Edwin's
I mean,
notes, though? or
if
are
you
they
have
Sarah's
another
notes?
use of it, I would try to get
My
a
notes.
description of
Well,
the creature
I had
more
one's
than
notes,
Blightlings.
yes.
Okay.
I would
Well-
say it is slightly more likely than not that you are just within the 10 minutes. But rather than make a call of that, but since it's slightly more likely than not, I will say roll a d20, and if you get a 13 or lower, you still have some time.
Okay. I did
Yeah, they're in his
do a
favor.
pass of them before, but I only got one bit of information, and it was that they
Yes.
live in mostly damp and
Yes, that's right.
wet areas.
Okay,
Okay,
roll away.
now it's a 4.
That's what you need.
That's 13 or
That's
lower.
what you needed.
Oh,
You
13
needed-
or lower.
You
Oh,
needed to
good.
roll low.
I thought it was real
If you-
high. Oh,
Yep.
I mean,
hey,
Sean, if
wow,
you
you're
have
really
another
helping me out
use-
here, aren't you?
Sean, if you have
Uh,
another use, I would do it on the creature,
He did.
the tentacle
He did.
creature, not the Blightlings. No, he did
It's
it on the
not-
crocodile.
He's doing it on the Blightlings. Yeah. What I will
Do you
say,
mean
and
the carving on the wall?
yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
will say,
It's not a living
to-
creature. I can't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what I will say, and this is probably how this is played out is actually very accurate, because I think that Brightwing's understanding of this would likely think that this would do a thing, but I would think Aedwin would know, based off this very crude drawing, it's very unlikely you could actually get something accurate.
Yeah.
So you can even say that, Brightwing, and he would probably say something about like something similar in game.
While he's writing that down,
Below table or on table. Yes.
in regards to the serpent-like creature in between the jaws,
Mm-hmm.
having been part of what my family does and having traveled back and forth from Restalios to Viliad twice a year at least for the last 18 years, have I heard any stories of sailors who talk about a sea monster, or any like songs of lore that would discuss like a fearsome creature or anything like that?
I would say roll a history check with advantage, but I'm not even going to make you do that. I will say, given the amount of times and the industry, yes, you definitely would have. Now, whether you can connect stories you've heard and descriptions you've heard to this specific creature, I would say not necessarily. Like, whoever has seen it really is probably dead, if there is one.
Right.
And it very well otherwise might be myth, and not all the stories are the same. It is largely like how typical stories of potentially mythical, some people actually believe in them, horrific beasts of the sea,
Like Bigfoot.
get around.
Yeah.
Is there any folklore of a creature like that with my people, since it's so close to where my home is?
Okay, I will ask you this, because
Okay.
you are as much or more a keeper of the lore of your people than I am. So I will ask you, but I will tell you what I think. Given how localized and non-exploratory your people are, I would think that it's very unlikely you would hardly ever leave the Ethesian forest.
Okay.
And if you would, it might be like to go to Tristane or maybe to Jira now and again, but probably not all the way around to Viliad and then out into the coast.
Okay, so they wouldn't traverse the mountains at all, would they?
Like, you might go to the foothills of them sometimes
Yeah.
now and again for something.
Okay.
But not up and above them, which there's really no reason to, because it's just Gulf there and it's just
Yeah.
ocean.
Okay.
And fishing you guys do would be like in rivers and lakes, and if you were going to go ocean fishing, it would be south
be
or
over there.
west.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go over the Gulf. So I would say no in terms
Okay.
of creatures in the Gulf, at least.
Hate
Okay.
to beat a dead horse
Mm-hmm.
in that
You
area.
have a reason to know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would I have seen anything in that area?
Ooh.
Like a creature in the water?
Just anything that seems fishy. Like, from at any point throughout everything, is there a period that I would have connected a weird event or something that I thought that I saw maybe looked like something that could connect to something similar in a general area?
I will say, again without a roll, no, you have not seen anything with your eyes down in the Gulf. However, a lot of the places that you have, or some of the places that you have been, cross over culturally and work-wise with people who sail, and I think you would have heard a number of the stories that Faye has probably also heard. So you probably have some of that same information. But as far as visually seeing something, no.
Were there any specifics in that, or just I am aware of the fact that this is a legend?
People talk of giant sea serpents who swallow ships. No specific location necessarily. In the Gulf, there are stories of this specifically. And largely, I mean, probably every port city has some stories of some large sea creature, but given you're traveling around the Gulf in particular, you would certainly know of stories of particularly a creature or creatures, who knows, in the Gulf that kind of match the description of a massive, terrifying sea serpent that eats ships.
Has anyone heard any stories of ships that have gone missing or wrecked lately?
I mean, there's always stories, but you always wonder if it's an actual shipwreck or if it's just piracy.
Is what this is referring to that creature is just in the ocean just below us? Across the mountains?
That's what it would seem.
They like boggy, like wet places, but that seems very boggy and wet. Like, I think that might be a bit too damp for their tastes.
I think
Where are
damp's
the
the
Blightlings
keyword.
on the map?
Yeah, it's not like a humid, like, jungle vibe. It's like
Water.
ocean. Yeah, like just water.
What was your question, Brightwing?
Where's the Blightlings on the map? Like, are they localized or are they just like
All
more-
over.
They're all over. Okay.
Yeah. They're like, there's like multiple scenes that are depicted, and they're like throughout.
Okay.
You don't see any within these jaws, certainly. You do see some scattered above and around. Aedwin, you wrote everything you could on the bright wings.
The Brightlings?
Who is this creature? The Blightlings, yes?
Yeah.
He's the
Okay.
real leader!
The lovely
Blightlings.
lady!
I am the
okay.
villain. Plot
They are,
twist.
they are monstrosities. They largely eat amphibious creatures, or like fish, snakes, frogs, things they can get in wet places. They are small. They have 25 feet of movement, and you know they the places they like to live. And I will also say, for what it's worth, you probably write down Blightling, because that is a relevant part of your book, and do not get the responses that you would get if you actually wrote its name.
Okay.
But what's its mother's name, Matt?
So you get the sense it's probably technically not actually called that, and
it-
it doesn't give you a name either.
So
The book doesn't
essentially-
autocorrect us in our Google search at the top recommended.
Nope.
Dang
We
it.
can't do that? Oh
Nope.
my god, it's just Jeeves. What are we supposed to do?
I'm
No.
on Bing, guys. What am I supposed to do?
Shit.
Oh
Um,
no.
Okay.
We'll never get sponsored by Bing now.
So- Shut the fuck up. So do I get from the book the level of intelligence of these creatures, or is that still beyond my reach?
Oh yeah, that's why you originally asked. Sorry.
Yes.
No, you don't get a specific understanding of its intelligence from the book. I will say, from what it does describe to you and from what you've now encountered, you can piece together a general level of understanding. That it is above a beast, certainly. So these are not like frogs by any means.
They're more like crows.
It's probably above that even. But you
Oh.
do get the sense that it is probably I would say you get a general sense that it is maybe just around or below a goblin. Probably a little bit below.
Okay.
But probably capable of crude drawing or carving. Is the very, very long roundabout answer to your initial question.
What time is
So
it?
what now?
Yes,
It
what
is-
time is
It is a little after midday.
It is.
12:58. Why do I even
12:58.
say these approximations?
Yeah, I was like,
Because then I get to do my thing, and it makes me feel
True.
good.
Exactly.
I have a
Facts.
watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any spells left. I'm not going to be of much use if we run into anything else.
All
I
right.
have one thing left. And
I think the most pressing question is, what's next? The goal, or at least part of the goal, as I understand it, was to get one of these things. Do we want to get it back to Raygrove now? I would lean that way.
This is
I would
where
down.
we reassess once again. We came in saying we were trying to get rid of the bigger thing, which, and I will gesture to the thing on the wall, might be what we're looking at.
So
Well, that's if your, and he looks at Faye, assessment with that map is correct. We're certainly not finding it here.
It's a guess. It might be a good guess, but it is a guess. There is no hard evidence. It's just chicken scratch, you know? It's like a child's drawing.
What about
Then-
the lady?
There is that also.
is it
that-
a drawing we can copy?
Somebody certainly could, if one of you has drawing skills.
Yeah, I've done that a couple of times so far.
Okay.
I could certainly try.
Okay. I mean, this is stick figure, so even someone without much drawing experience, most of it is stick figure. The creatures up above are a little bit more worked. But I would say you can pull this off without a roll. Unless you really want to make one.
What would
But
the
you
roll
have
be?
Interesting question. I would probably say it would be performance, oddly. This is an art. Okay.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, you make a very good representation of this. Well, here's what I will say. Given that we have this thing, I think my road ends here. I would like to get it back sooner than later. And if something that way, and he points upwards but intends
Yeah.
southwards, he kind of does that actually,
Yeah.
is the end goal. I'd prefer not to have this thing as baggage if and when you run across it. But if I can sort of map the way back as we go to give you guys better understanding of how to get back this way and then further south if needed. I will be honest with you, and again, I'm not trying to dictate what you do, but I don't love the idea of taking this thing back on my own. So if you want to keep it and go further south, I would understand.
Do we feel that the trace is dry at this point, or do we feel like we have a better heading than where we were before? I was under the
Well-
impression that this might have been one of the main destinations. Seems to just be a feature along the way.
Well, I think what we were targeting and what had been pinged by Solomon's ability was the crocodile, the undead creature here. I don't know that
Agreed.
necessarily. I think it might have been it was certainly a lead, but it was perhaps a false lead compared to what we were looking for. I mean, it was still a fearsome foe, but not, this lovely lady. If that is, as we speculate, our end goal.
I think the more important thing is that looks strangely like the last time we saw things on a wall, and we didn't think those were connected last time. So
Yeah.
that's
I'm
really
I'm-
unsettling.
able to confirm that these Blightlings, they are capable of creating these. They are just intelligent enough to be able to record these sorts of things. So,
I
Hey,
definitely
man.
understand a surprise attack.
The last one was a sacrifice offer, right? Like we saw.
It seemed. I don't know I could specifically say sacrifice altar, but it seemed some sort of altar-ish situation,
Yeah.
and there were bodies and
Yeah.
kind of a funnelish sort of thing that seemed to be pouring blood down into what you heard to be a
Into a
rushing
river.
river below.
Does this seem like the same sort of deal, but just with the crocodile as it? With it? Is that what's?
You do not see the when you were at the place at the, we'll call it the altar for now, at the end of the road underground, right before you met the other Blightlings, it seemed structured to be a place where things would happen, and then the drawing was like above it, almost like whether if it was directly related or decoration to the room even, you're not quite sure. But that place seemed dedicated to doing a thing, which, as far as you could tell, was slaughtering people or creatures and having their blood run down that funnel. Here is not like that. This just seems like a cave.
Okay.
Maybe they lived here at some point and they were recording their story. Maybe it's an outpost for them. You're not sure exactly in that regard. And it also actually seems more likely that the crocodile came here and supplanted them, maybe, because they didn't.
I was gonna ask if it seemed like they were in cahoots,
Yeah.
or if they were perhaps like, did we stumble upon like perhaps an attempt of them to take back their home, or did
Yeah.
it seem like this thing's a pet?
I will say, given the post-fight situation, anyone who wants to can roll an insight check. Brightwing, you don't need to with your passive insight.
11.
Great.
11. Anybody else doing it?
16.
Okay. Faye and Brightwing. I would say Faye, kind of thinking back and putting the thoughts together. Brightwing, you kind of just like recognize now what you thought in the moment. It did not seem like they were in cahoots. It almost seemed more like they were trying to capitalize on what was happening, but were clearly here waiting for that because it was immediate. But they also didn't attack you until you attacked the creature. So you're not sure what their motive was necessarily, but it didn't necessarily seem like they were in cahoots with the creature.
Could I move some of the debris, try to find any sort of stuff that may have been in here they were trying to get? Basically, if this is an outpost, I want to see if there's any evidence of something being in here, crates, items, anything like that.
Okay. Roll an investigation check.
Could I assist?
Yeah.
If I see what he's doing.
19.
Okay. Couple minutes, you kind of comb the area. You don't find chests by any means, but you do find various signs of belongings of very primitive creatures that don't fit a crocodile, a giant crocodile, like small sacks that have rotted food in them, a couple slings, which you had previously seen these creatures use, a couple like really basic tools, primitive tools, including some near the carving that seemed like maybe what the carving was made with. You do find a bunch of that. No money, no chests.
I'll pocket one of those slings.
Okay.
Any
All of them but to throw daggers.
If I could throw stones, I'm gonna.
No, you put a dagger in the sling.
And then you won.
Watch it.
And then I would just say I would also, on the side note, be out for any unique claws, teeth in the piles, if there were any.
Like from dead bodies, dead
Yeah.
creatures? Yeah. I would say you could find throughout the cavern a number of... what did you roll? 19?
19.
I would say most of what you find is herbivore parts, so more like hooves and not sharp teeth. But I would say you find like one or two creatures that seem like they may have been carnivores, have some sharp teeth and some claws.
It's kind of like one of those, you're walking down a dirt road, you see a cool little agate, pick it up, throw it in your pocket.
Okay.
Okay. We had the primary objective of trying to find the source of these things. We had the secondary of scooping one of them up. What are we doing with this thing? We're bringing it back to Raygrove, obviously, but what's the next step after that?
Come back.
And leave it in the city.
I think that's Eclipse's choice.
We need it. We need to get it back to the consortium.
Shit.
We don't physically have to, but if we can get someone to take it, but I don't want to leave it with them and them be murdered by it if it gets out of that bag.
It's really not very. I mean,
It's
it's yucky, but it's not very yucky. It's not like we're asking them to hold the giant crocodile.
well,
No.
Do you think your people would be
It can turn
capable of
invisible.
imprisoning it somewhere?
that's the thing. Once it wakes up, it might try to turn invisible. It might try to get out. That bag is great, but its claws are sharp. It
And
might
we
get out of
don't-
that bag.
I don't think we fully understand what it can do either. I don't like the idea of it not being watched, which is one of the reasons I'd like to get it back somewhere more secure as quickly as possible.
And if
Alternative
it gets
option.
near food, it's going to ruin everything.
Here's another option. We kill this one, and we grab another one later on. Eliminate that problem. They're going to be around. If we're heading closer to the source of them. As opposed to going all the way, I mean, where is the consortium located? Alea?
Yeah.
It's gonna be several days.
Weeks to get down and back.
Well, that's not the thing. It's if we can get it back to Raygrove, but then getting it back to Raygrove, it could ruin their food supply if it's in the city, if it's not contained.
Do you think Seraph and Vanna would be willing to run an errand for us?
Didn't they say they were going back to Bragdale?
Hmm.
Yeah.
They're not in the
Well-
city anymore. I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
Then they left
This morning,
a
right?
couple days ago at this point, so they'd probably already be there.
Yeah.
I also think these things have caused them quite enough trouble as it is.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of people that we know and trust.
No, that's fair.
And that's the key part. Know and
Yeah.
trust is not common.
And it's not the same thing.
And I don't think you want to send this with a courier from the big cities. No offense if you're from the big cities.
With such an abomination of nature, do you think that
know-
the Seed Grove would want, or the Cjbeards would do anything?
Well, that's why I'd like to get it back to Raygrove. I would want them to take a look at it.
Okay.
Seed Keepers, I
At least
apologize.
initially. Certainly
We-
if you want to take it after that, by all means, but I'd like to have them look at it.
Taking it back to the consortium can wait. If Adrian has more information about it, we can give them that information because it's more than we had originally. And that should be fine for now. And we'll worry about it later because it is very far out of the way. Getting it to Raygrove is a great idea because they've already seen it, they've already dealt with it, and this could help them fight it. So I'm okay giving them this one. But yeah, it would be a good idea to make sure it gets there safely.
All right.
Is
It
everyone
does feel like a
50
waste of time, but it is a step in the right direction since they're in the path of it.
I think it's
3150 treble.
I'm a little beat up, but I'll be okay.
so long as we don't run into another nightmare creature, we'll be all right.
Our
I
second
think-
I
camp's
think
done.
we're
It's-
likely to.
I think it's less a waste of time to prepare Raygrove for another potential attack if there are going to be delays in our primary objective. So I think this is fine.
And if the Seed Keepers could study this and further understand it, they would be better prepared to fight against it in case it came up.
Exactly.
And at the very least, they could get the motion of getting it back to the consortium.
We'll figure that out.
All right. Heading back to Raygrove
Solomon.
then.
Solomon, where are we at now on a map? Like, how far closer to the mountains are we? Like, which direction did we head? I'm not very good with cardinal directions.
Well, I don't know if that map's gonna do us much good. It's a little broad.
Hmm.
But just quote unquote eyeballing, I would say we're a day or two, probably two, from the closest bit of mountain. Whether or not that bit is the right bit is another question, but
Mhm.
we're more or less halfway, I would say, between Raygrove and the mountains. But like I said, I'll make you a guide of some kind on getting back this way and also further, if should help you. I think if you plan to go all the way to the mountains, I won't be able to come, but I'll provide you with something that will help.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
that'd
this
be
has
great.
already been more than enough.
Well, it's been eye-opening, and no mistake.
Hey, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
In this duration of time in the cave, have we felt like we're being watched, like one of those eyes?
Roll a perception check.
Is this a nature environment?
Yes.
Or okay. Ooh, ooh. 24.
24. Okay. 24 is higher than the DC of 20 that Yasnip did not hit. You take some time looking around, and after not that long, see up in the shadows in like a crevice, very hidden, very dark, would easily pass by the majority of any other people's eyes besides your very honed ones,
Mhm.
a glint
Oh gosh.
of on a round shape in this crevice.
Yes, Nip.
It's like 8 feet up.
We are being watched.
Can I try to jump off a wall and grab it?
I would say based on where it is and how it looks set, you get the sense it's not so much like pluck it off a shelf. You may more have to climb and then pull or pry, similar to what Faye, I believe, had to do. Yeah, in the tree. But you can try to do that.
Yeah. I'll give it a
Okay,
shot.
roll an athletics check.
11.
Oh no.
It's easy
11,
because I don't
okay.
even have to look at what my modifier is because it's 0.
Because there isn't one.
I was worried about it.
It's not horrifically difficult. It just means you're not super quick to clamber up it, but you still are able to climb your way up there, holding onto a crack, stepping up onto a bit of a rocky, like stalactite ledge thing. And yes, see it there. This is the first one you've seen, I believe, right?
Mhm.
Black, all black iris and pupil, cue ball sized, and has that same sort of glimmerish sheen.
I'll try to pull it out of wherever it's at.
Okay, you can do it. I don't need to make you roll for it.
As I pull it down, does the eye move, or does it feel like it's fixated in a location?
Ooh.
Like, is it doing this?
Yeah, is it looking around, or is it just
No.
like a painting kind of thing?
No, yeah, well, it doesn't
Is it
look
like a glass eye?
it doesn't look like it's painted onto an object. It looks more like it kind of looks like an eye that's been coated in a varnish of some kind, like
So like a
to
glass
harden
eye.
and protect it.
Can
Yes, if are glass eyes real eyes? I don't think so. This looks like it actually was a real eye.
A real eye. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It looks real,
Like a marble, like one of those cat eye marbles.
kind of.
Can
Where
I
it's
go
layered.
into my handy dandy backpack and pull out a hammer
Okay,
and
lightly.
we'll say lightly, yeah.
Okay, trying to ascertain, not to break.
Material, yeah. I'm trying to figure out more
Okay.
about it.
It gives you very much like the sound and feel that a cue ball would give you. Like it's coated in some hardened varnish-like coating that makes it, but seems to protect it, and that's what you get.
I'm gonna smack it hard.
Trying to break it?
Yeah. I want to see what's
Okay.
inside.
Okay.
Hmm.
Roll an attack.
With a hammer?
Yeah.
Alright. Strength, I'm assuming?
Probably.
Nope.
You hit
What was it?
yourself
2.
instead.
2. Okay.
Oh, no.
I don't think I'm proficient with a hammer, so otherwise it'd be a 4.
So
Okay.
you kind of try like set it up and give it a whack, and you don't hit it true, and it kind of like skids or glances off.
Is it
I would
scratched up?
say yes. You would see a slight scratch. You get the sense that it could be damaged if you hit it right.
Pick
I
it up
could
and
hit
put
it
a
with-
dagger into the scratch and just push.
Okay. Roll another attack with your dagger this time.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You don't have to roll damage. Your initially there's very tough resistance, and then like the tip of your dagger like sinks like through the coating and catches for a second, and then the rest of your force goes behind it and shoves all the way to the middle. The rest of you hear a shattering sound. Not like the sound of a cue ball being broken in half, like something beyond. Something, whether it was arcane or it rings in your ears, the eyeball explodes. I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, no.
Naturally.
I was standing right next to him watching him do this. Do I need to
Okay, roll a
it?
dexterity. Yep. If
Oh.
you're within 5 feet of this, you would need to.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
Oh no, that'd be a natural 1.
Oh, finally.
Okay. Bright, when
get some.
you take 3 piercing damage.
great.
Yazib, you take 1. It shatters outwards. There's this loud noise, and then yes, you get your thing. Yeah.
Yeah, blessed are those who expect nothing,
Roll.
for they shall not be disappointed.
Facts. Preach on it.
True.
There you go.
And as the explosion and the ring in your ears kind of slightly fades, you see this like roiling bit of black smoke, mist, cloud, something, and disperse.
Yo.
I suppose at least eyes don't have ears.
Was that?
We would have
How would they
been
know
watching
to
him.
look here, though? How would they know to have had an eyeball set up here? They must be following us.
Well, you don't have to worry about where to look if you look everywhere.
Wait,
Mm.
hold on. Who are we worried about following us, exactly?
Whoever's
Whoever
placing
this
these
is.
eyeballs.
What if they're already been there?
They
We just
unlocked-
The
happen
one at the
to be
the one at
following
the-
exactly within 20 feet in like
Well, I
in a
don't think
line.
we're finding the only ones. I'm certain they're probably scattered out all
I-
over the place.
I think it's deliberate. The one at the tree lured me there with a thing that very few people know about.
Hmm.
And I will say, as far as we've seen so far, they've all been somewhere somewhat significant. We haven't just found these in a random tree on the side of the road. Well, not the road even, but that's kind of the point. In the middle of nowhere. They haven't been just scattered nowhere. They've been places we've ended up at for whatever reason.
Hey, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Does the feminine figure on the drawing seem kind of similar to the feminine figure of the tree? It's a dumb question, but it's a question. Like,
I'm gonna say only to the degree that they both seem kind of feminine
Okay.
figured. Like
Okay.
they have that sort of curve
got it.
to them. They both did, but not anything beyond that. Like, and that very well just may be the crudeness of this,
Mhm.
Yeah.
of these drawings, and the fact that that wasn't actually the form of a humanoid. It was a
Yeah.
tree that just kind of like gave that impression.
Chalk it to a coincidental. Okay,
Could be.
got
I
it.
think we're also latching on to Matt's accidental slip that it was a woman in the picture when he meant to say it just looks kind of
Well, yeah,
instead.
feminine figures. So with
Yeah,
both being described
yeah.
as feminine, it's just
Yeah.
Yeah.
head goes there.
It does.
It's
it
fine.
does.
I was just
it-
like, God.
It does have a hint of that to it, but it's not very obviously.
Hmm.
Well, I guess it means we're going the right way.
Who is watching us, though?
I'm sure we can ask them if we find them.
Well, they had circlets last time, so it wouldn't surprise me if they had failsafes now that we've stopped that.
Got a wild hunch. I think I know who it might be. But yeah.
I call it the paranoia in me, but I think it's probably safe to assume if it can see us, it can hear us. So maybe from this point forward, protected information be withheld.
Also, for what it's worth, I've been around these wetlands quite a lot, and I've not come across one of these. I don't know if that means it's recent additions, or if I just haven't looked in the right places. I typically don't come into caves for no particular reason. More just generally hunt and keep an eye out and make sure nothing's coming towards us. And this is farther than I usually go as well. I don't know if
Hey,
any of
Edwin.
all that helps.
Did you care to elaborate on your theory? You just said you thought you knew who it was. I
Well,
think I'm following.
I mean, this Mergilla, right?
Mm.
I mean,
That's the name from those creatures that you
right,
met with.
the red caps.
Right.
Yeah.
They sought to spill blood in her name. It's a female creature. And the red caps are Fae. The Blightlings are Fae.
Ish.
Like
Neither
a
one
mermaid.
of ish. I'm not sure exactly.
I mean, there's two references, really. Mer for mermaid, gill, fish gills, water, tentacles,
I
like...
feel like this is some numerology bullshit we're getting into now. I think we might need to calm down on that front. But,
You have no idea what that word means, Brightwing.
So
We went through a whole discussion of coincidences before. I'm just pointing them out. I'm starting to believe.
right, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, yeah,
We could be grasping straws.
exactly.
we'll,
Like I said,
we'll
just
keep
a
it in the
hunch.
back pocket just in
But
Mm-hmm.
but it's definitely not out there.
I think because they spoke about this Mergilla having great power, what that means to a red cap may mean something different to us, but can't help but wonder that maybe this is some of that great power that we're having to deal with. Also, important to point out, this fucking thing, pointing to the massive crocodile corpse, that is not supposed to exist. This is not a... I mean, if in case it wasn't already obvious, this is not a creature that's supposed to be here.
Second.
It was created. Alright? It was raised. So...
And it's
seems
not
like
the first of its kind we've seen. Well, it's the first of the specific kind, but things like it have been popping up, like I mentioned before, and that's not normal.
Have you ever seen a regular living giant crocodile in this area, or is this not native to this area?
In this particular area or in the wetlands in general?
This particular area. Do you feel like this was a plant?
Or both.
I've
really.
only
Yeah,
I've only
both.
been here probably once or twice in this general area, and no, but they do exist in the wetlands. It's so that part I don't find
Okay.
particularly odd.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't some like topographically inaccurate or geographically inaccurate creature, you know?
And one other point, and kind of circling back to it again, this is undeath, not the reference that we had previous, which was unlife. There's a distinction,
Right.
correct?
Yeah, didn't
Matt,
Sarah-
being
there was
a
something
cleric,
in life.
what do I know about undead
And Frida?
as being a cleric?
I think it was Frida.
Like how to make an undead? Like, do I have that?
You definitely
knowledge?
you don't know anything
I don't have a
about
knowledge
that.
to make it, but like, In terms of like,
It's very unnatural.
yeah.
You know that. And it's something that your people would have encountered at various times to some degree, but not often. And to your from a wilds-based perspective in particular, you and your people would be very adamant that none of that comes from the wilds. It's something twisting what the wilds has created or given.
Okay.
Well, remember too that
It seems the Blightlings
if
did
it-
not cohabitate with the crocodile here, so I'm not sure if they are related.
if we're
And
talking
still
about Frida,
It versus...
like
Well, again, Magilla's got great power. It's not unlikely that she commands a legion of undead, along with having influence over the Blightlings, the Redcaps, or whatever other creatures exist, that don't belong here. We don't have enough information to go off of to continue that train of thought, unfortunately.
do you remember Frida telling us about her friend the Goliath, Thurin?
Yes, Thurin, yeah.
He slowly, I mean, his health diminished and then he lost his mind and he disappeared. But I mean, gosh, if it's the same creature that's able to raise an undead, like I've never heard of anyone with the power to raise undead as well as to inflict such blight on a human. But do we think that that blight came from the Blightlings, or do we think that perhaps his mind was overtaken, causing this unlife that she spoke of?
Like if Mergilla and the lovely lady are opposite sides of a similar coin?
I guess I just don't. I've never heard of a creature that could do both, and I'm not denying that it's possible. I just am, usually people that practice necromantic magics specifically focus on those that have already been dead. They don't usually go out seeking living targets. So it just seems odd to me, but I would hate to think that there were two.
I think the category that Frida had said was that she declared it as unlife, as if they were being sapped. They were still living, but being slowly killed. I think in that idea that it's possible that if the process is to slowly kill the things around you and then raise them, that would maybe make sense.
Well,
That's what
the
the
livestock
Blightlings do.
back at Sawfield are sick. We assume from the Blightlings. Maybe it's a very similar sickness.
That was the animals, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
That had eaten vegetation,
I
or was
as-
that separate?
We didn't have
I
time to check.
assume it
That's
is
right.
from
We
just
did.
being around the Blightlings, but I do not know.
We also don't know what effect, if any, prolonged exposure to a Blightling has on a higher intelligent being such as ourselves. So it's hard to say whether or not they are the cause of some kind of madness like that, although based on what you all have experienced, what with the kidnapped children and such, does not appear to be a trend.
Do you have any concept of the radius on that? Because if that's part of what happens with these things, and I'm glad that you brought it up, we're going to want to make note of that.
It's pretty
Wasn't it-
immediate. Within
Wait.
5
All
feet
right.
or so.
Yeah,
I
that's
will,
why I was worried about taking it into the city, because if it gets to something,
I will
it's-
mention to the children, though, they were in a cave with them
for a while.
days.
Exactly.
The thing is, they were wearing those circlets that kept them alive at perfect health.
Don't know if that would have any effect on the mental. That's a physical coma that you are speaking of. But what's going on in their minds, that's something else entirely.
They were fine when we woke them up.
Exactly.
So
So it could be something else that's causing whatever this Goliath went through. Either way, again, to reiterate, the train of thought stops with a lack of information.
Mhm.
So, no point in dwelling on it at the moment. I think we just head back to Raygrove with the information that we have and then try to expand it once we get there.
Yeah.
Matt,
Mm-hmm.
with the bag, if I take it outside, I'm guessing wherever they were stepping is decayed right now, right? Where we were fighting them?
Do you want to go look? You're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
The entryway, there are bits of overgrowth and like moss and things, and yeah, the areas around where they were, and you see small trails that go kind of up onto the cliffs on either side.
Okay.
You do see blight.
I'm gonna take the bag to an open spot that's alive, and I'm gonna put the bag down, and I want to watch what happens.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
Would we have all moved outside by now if you were going
I
out?
would have also.
I just kind of do it without saying anything.
If you guys want to follow.
Yeah, I'd follow.
Yeah, I feel like that's the natural progression.
Okay. It's 18.
Okay. You watch very closely for 20, 30 seconds and don't really see anything. And then, like, 40 seconds in, you just begin to see green fade a little bit and turn towards, like, a light brown.
Is the bag moving at all?
No.
Shit.
It is... And you can, I would say, if you want to stay and watch for like a full
Yeah.
minute or
Yeah.
two, it looks very, very slow, and you have not ever watched them cause the blight in real time. But right after the attack on Proward, which was, to your knowledge, they came in and immediately left. So it was quick.
Yeah.
They didn't linger, as far as you know. Things were very fully blighted, and the
Okay.
trails were very fully blighted, and they had just moved through those areas.
Yeah.
So the sense that you get with that perception check and the slowness watching it is that whatever they do is muted right now, but still slowly happening.
Hmm.
And he's unconscious, right?
Yeah, that's why I was asking
Yeah.
if the bag was moving.
Mhm.
Okay.
I just kind of
Okay.
crouched next to it.
Anyway,
That's not ideal.
With that same idea, Brightwing, could you do your nature magic to see, does it match the area around it immediately? Or is that also delayed? I'm trying to essentially see if we can get an idea of how long your magic persists to let us know how long ago something has been here or has adjusted.
Oh,
I don't know that this
Oh,
is the
you
best
mean growing-
representation because this is a sleeping creature. It seems like the spread is less rapid when they're asleep.
But if it's slow and deliberate, and hers is affected immediately, we would know the strength of whatever it is that has passed.
Sure.
Hmm.
Yeah.
'Cause with
do you
Vanna,
mean
it was
just to
instant.
grow?
It's instant. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll grow a daisy. I don't know.
Okay, so this is where?
I'll be right next to the bag.
Which is, you've moved away from the initial spot where the Blightlings were, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're out in like.
It's
something
as
that
much of
would've
a
been
green
fresh.
patch as I could get that's alive. And just
Okay.
dumped it in the center.
You grow a daisy, watch it for a couple minutes, same sort of thing. Like, it looks like it slightly begins to dry out at the tips of the petals. A little bit of the color fades, but
Hmm.
Okay. Can you try it over there where we fought them and see how fast that goes?
I'll try it over there.
near the
I wonder-
corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Daisy again.
Sure.
It does not
But
even
it's
reach full
yellow.
bloom. Okay.
Right.
Say no.
It does not
There it
even reach
is.
full bloom before it turns black and crumbles into ash.
And
There it
that's
is.
what we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Quantity not.
So, what have we learned
proximity.
from this?
That
Or
it's
more
not going to
Blightling.
stop.
Right.
That's kind of what I was worried about.
I think the big thing is we've seen as we've gone, things have slowly come back and then depreciated over time, similar to how it did when it was still living. But there's other places that are just dead.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
it's
that
staying
dead?
is the trail specifically is dead. Everything else is just close.
I do have a small vial of the oil that Mother Mia and I were trying to make that potion. I don't know what her process is, but I could maybe try to use my kit on our way back to see if it helps.
I will also say, if we can keep it somewhere, there's not much in Raygrove that's not natural life, but if we can keep
Yeah.
it somewhere relatively isolated, that would help. And I would imagine, though this is why I want to take it back, that the Seed Keepers may be able to actively counter it.
Mm.
I don't know about
Can you have them
fixing
meet
or
you?
healing the blighted land, but it's possible they could actively counter it as it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Can we set up a station for them outside the city?
So we
Are
don't
they already
affect-
outside?
I'll
Somewhere
talk to my
meet?
company and to the Seed Keepers about what's best. Outside means more
Well,
subject to something else coming for it.
Yeah, not necessarily outside.
Isolated,
but yeah.
yeah.
I think we
Isolated, I
can-
think yes.
We can probably work out the logistics of how this is going to be done once we get back to Raygrove.
Agreed.
Yeah,
And
but
I
for
wouldn't
right
want to
now,
make the call on it either.
We need to keep that unconscious.
Yeah.
That's the safest
that
bet.
can be taken care of. All right.
All right.
Let's get
We
moving.
head
Yeah, we
north
get
then.
it.
Yeah, we're going.
All right. Okay. All right. You guys start heading northward back towards Raygrove, and we will take our break. We'll make it a relatively shorter one because there's a lot happening, a lot to get to. So we'll say 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Oh, got him.
Got him!
Got him.
This is. I think we've done this one before, but
Really?
This is Slovakia.
Wait, what?
Huh?
I don't remember that.
It's a
Oh.
country calling code.
Oh.
It
That's cool.
it came into being after the Czech Republic and Slovakia separated.
Fascinating. All right.
Wow.
We will take our break
I'll be
in
right back in the
Slovakia.
meantime.
Yeah, yeah. Alrighty. You guys start heading north, back towards Raygrove. Solomon leading the way, going a decent pace, certainly faster than you would have gone without him, but no rolls needed because he knows the way back and you're not just generally looking for who knows what. So he's leading you. Most of that day passes. Actually, all of that day passes. You guys reach towards evening. Thinking we set up camp for the night. Also, if all you are right with it, there's a few really old, mostly abandoned villages scattered throughout the wetlands. There's one kind of on our way back. An old friend of mine lives there by himself because everyone else has left or died. I'd like to just briefly check in on him if that's all right with you, and tomorrow. Be
Is it
quick.
is it the character Thurin that Frida mentioned?
No, it's a dwarf. Nori.
Okay.
It'll be quick.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm just given everything going on out here. Want to make sure he's all right.
Mhm.
This looks good. Anything though, points to a spot. You guys set up camp. Who would like to take first watch?
I'll do
take
it
first.
with the bag.
Okay, Eclipse and Yasnip. Have you done anything with the bag?
I'm carrying it, but I'm holding it like in front of me, so in case it starts to wake up. Yeah.
Okay.
A cat in a pillowcase.
Okay. Everybody else goes to sleep or goes to bed. You two set up. I would say at this point, Eclipse, after all this travel has happened, when you've been focused on, where you're walking and keeping an eye out for enemies and things, not so much on the bag, but you recognize it's been quite a long time, several hours, and you have not felt any movement. Which is, if odd, based off the way you knocked him out. Unconscious person should wake up sooner than that.
I'm gonna make note of it, but I'm gonna keep the bag closed.
Okay.
As much as my curiosity piques me to do otherwise.
Okay. Anything else you two want to do?
I'm do some little tinkering stuff with my Kruthic teeth and Displacer Beast claws.
Okay.
Nondescript stuff, just messing around.
Okay. Otherwise, you guys stay mostly quiet. All right. Go ahead and roll perception checks.
2. It's the second one.
My fucking god.
We're gonna die.
22.
Oh my!
It's coming back around.
You keep a very keen eye out, Eclipse, and nothing bothers you. Your guys' watch passes. You want to wake up second group?
Yes. Who? I know we said first. Did anybody say second on their way to bed, or did everybody just dip?
I know at least Brightwing probably shouldn't stay up alone.
True. Yeah. We should just let her sleep. I'll wake up Solomon and Faye.
Okay.
Sorry. Well, I'll at least wake up Solomon and let him know that the bag hasn't moved. And let him know that it's been a while and I don't know if it's going to. But if it starts to. Here. If it starts to wake me up. So.
Alright. Fair enough. Get some rest. He doesn't wake up anybody else.
Oh.
Sets up near the bag, and that's all you know. Wow, I'm taking a watch by myself. This is fascinating.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
It is. Solomon want to do anything? No. Okay. he will. His watch goes by without issue. He will wake up Faye and Aedwin.
We were rolling for who was taking watches.
I lost.
The bag's still not moving. Apparently. I haven't looked.
What?
That's what Eclipse said, and I didn't want to mess with it.
Okay, that's been 12 straight hours at least that this bag is not moved with this creature inside of it then.
Can I
You're
feel a
not wrong.
pulse through the bag?
I'm gonna say no, based off of
I shake
inability to find the right place. To
the bag a little bit.
Hey, Matt.
yes, you can
I
shake
know
the
I'm
bag.
unconscious, but the weight of the bag has not changed, right?
No.
It's just been the same. Okay.
Yep.
You open it up and it just
You
rocks.
shake it.
Dude, I would
Yeah.
You feel a large, like a turkey in a burlap sack, moving back and forth.
But not like ooze in a burlap sack.
No.
No, they turned to dust. Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah.
I
So
didn't.
maybe
I have the circlet.
No.
You
You put it on it, and it sped
No.
up.
I thought you left it on there.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone asked me earlier if I had it, and I was like, "Well, I left it on the thing, but if I didn't leave it
Yeah.
on the thing, then I would have taken it with me."
No, you left it
there.
on the thing. You just didn't know if it worked, and you saw the lights speed up to like a pace,
Just over 100 beats per minute.
kind of.
Yeah.
It was squirming.
Is that your assessment of my beats? Because that's like exactly what I was aiming for.
Yeah.
I would be impressed by both of us if that was true.
What?
The 100 beats.
I was going for a little over 100 beats per minute, and then you
Yeah.
said that.
Yeah.
Maybe it fucking worked then.
I mean, feel free to check. It's I didn't want to step
You
on
know,
anybody's toes.
I think I'm good. I'll trust that it worked and kind of leave that bag as closed as it can possibly be.
I could sit on it.
Mm,
It's very small.
It is very small.
you are very light, but just
Not a
keep an eye
great
on it. I
idea.
think
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm going to bed.
Sleep well.
All right. Perception checks from you two, and do you want to do anything on your watch?
Oh Lord, I'm not good at these.
12.
12.
Mine's not bad. Give me a second. Let me find it. 15.
Okay. You guys want to do anything?
Adrian,
Yeah.
I killed stuff today.
That was impressive. All things considered, I think we're kind of getting at a bit of a bad lull of not being able to kill things. So it's nice to kind of pick up the pace.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised a lot of the times. They were flimsy. I mean, these guys had talked about them as if they were like really scary, and I get that they were, and the abilities that they may have had were scary, but they seemed to kind of melt like tissue paper, honestly.
They don't really put up a great fight, but
No.
they, regardless, are still an existential threat with what they're
Well,
able to do.
The number of them, too.
Right. I mean, you're not going to be able to catch all these little buggers.
Well, that's it, is you just can't find them.
Right. Wasn't expecting a fucking massive undead crocodile, alligator, whichever it is in this fucking swamp. That was, unexpected.
Yeah, I think... I'm not gonna make any suggestions for you. You're trained, you know what you're doing. However, I've noticed a trend of you having been in the maw of several large creatures recently. And I'm just concerned for your mental health in regards to that. You're a big guy, and I don't think you've run into a lot of things that are that much bigger than you, but this is a lot of things that much bigger than you. So I'm just maybe doing a check-in.
It's better that it's me than the rest of you.
Yeah.
Because anybody else, and it would have been a different story. Imagine if it was Brightwing in there first instead of me.
No, I can't.
If you want to talk about tissue paper, I'm like, jeez.
She might be a bit hardier than I am. For that matter. She's just
Good to know.
small and adorable.
Well, alright, let's not get too excited. I have reasons for doing the things that I do in the ways that I do them. I chose to become a protector of sorts. That's my job. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing it well. Because everybody's still standing.
So what's your pledge? What do you follow? I've known other men that have taken similar paths as you, and they all seem to be in the name of one of the gods. But I've not seen that from you, so I guess I'm wondering where that, my magic and my power comes from an ability to harness the natural magic in music. It exists, just not everyone has access to it. So where does yours come from? Because what I saw today, I mean, that was
I
both
did
you and
pretty well,
Brightwing.
but yeah.
Right,
it
but
was-
like it glowed. It was almost holy. But I've never heard you mention a patron of any kind.
Yeah, I've no fucking idea. I woke up with this, whatever it is, and so I used it to my advantage, and now I have it properly practiced to not put others in danger with it, and instead use it in a bit more of a productive manner. But I've no idea what it is or where it came from. It just sort of happened.
Do the other members of your guild have similar abilities?
To my knowledge, no. I don't.
Mm.
At least, I mean, certainly, I'm aware that people exist out there who follow the gods and are granted power as a result.
Mm-hmm.
I've never met someone with what you describe as holy magic without a source.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. It's not something I really think about a whole lot. It's not as important to me. At least for now. Because it's getting the job done.
You don't want to know where you came from or why you are the way that you are.
Something like that. Sure.
I feel kind of the opposite.
You'd rather forget.
No, I'd rather know. I know nothing of where I actually came from, and very few memories of childhood. So that's when I first met you. I was pursuing the only lead that I had at the time. And you kind of nipped that in the bud.
Hell, gotta make money somehow, right?
Surely I wasn't that threatening.
Knowing what I know now, should have just taken care of the problem before, you know? Miss Frailer than Brightwing.
I have my ways.
I'm woefully aware.
You have mostly benefited from my ways.
You fucked me up once. Pretty bad. Got me yelled at. On the cusp of a demotion, as a matter of fact, which is not ideal, by the way.
Well, then we're even.
Let's call it that. Why not?
Yeah. These guys are good, though.
They're not bad. still
will.
worried about that bird, but she'll come around, I think. She did a very good job today, all things
Yeah.
considered.
Because she healed you?
Yeah, she kept me alive.
Is that your definition of a good job?
I mean, of the things that she did in that fight, that was definitely one of the better ones, I've got to say. So, I didn't really like the fact that she was throwing herself into that immediate danger, and then, of course, that immediate danger then proceeded to almost swallow her whole. But,
But she did it for you.
right. Yeah.
I'm more curious about Yasnip in the same way that I'm curious about you. I know he has magical ability, but he doesn't seem like a wizard. He doesn't have a book. He doesn't seem divinely based like Brightwing, and he doesn't derive his magic from music like I do. I just can't pigeonhole him.
Well, he is generally a pretty difficult book to read himself.
Valid.
I mean, no idea what the hell goes on in that guy's head on a pretty consistent basis.
Not a clue.
And I genuinely don't know how to even approach the conversation. So, gonna let that beast lie for the time being, and, if, for whatever reason, it comes up, might consider talking about it, but...
I think he is certainly the most onion-like of us all.
Maybe. That's not impossible.
Facts.
What a fucking mess this is.
Yeah.
All right. You guys continue your watch. Passes without issue again. The dawn eventually breaks. And you guys can continue heading north.
North? That's the one.
North?
No, nothing yet more from the bag yet that you guys have observed.
We go north and west.
Okay. You guys start heading that direction again. I would say about halfway through the day, you eventually break through a section of clumped up raygrove trees and see what seems to be a small set of hovels, basically. Very clearly an old, rundown, little, middle of nowhere. Why are these people here? Probably trying to get away from something, and did a good job of it. Village. Looks pretty ramshackle, and even beyond what was originally ramshackle, run down and overgrown, almost ghost towny. Doesn't seem to faze Solomon. Yeah, well, everybody else left, so it's just him, but his place is this way. He leads you through the village. Doesn't take long, a couple minutes, to a house. And when he gets there, he's up in front. He gets maybe 30 feet away, comes around a corner, sees it, immediately pulls out an arrow and puts it on his bow. Doors open.
I'm guessing that's not normal.
No. Not if he's not out here.
Gonna take out my sword.
Yeah,
Do you
hold
want
You-
to get
blue.
closer for a look?
Yeah. Stay close-ish.
I was
But
asking
quiet.
if you did.
Oh, I'm going up.
Oh, I'll tap him on the shoulder, invisibility.
Okay! Hell yeah.
Ooh.
He
As
looks.
this
Well,
is,
you can't see him look down, but I know he looks down. Neat trick. All right, then the rest of you don't follow.
Yeah, we'll stay.
I'm
here.
He's
patrolling at this point. I'm looking around everywhere trying to
Okay,
see if I
roll a
can see it.
perception check.
Could I try to sneak around one of the buildings and get a better vantage point?
On the front door
Yeah, like
or on
around
a
the
back
other-
door?
Well, the other side, like, so you said that he went around a building and saw the front door open. So could I go around the other side to get? Would that give a better, like, just an alternative vantage point?
You guys, so you like we have been going in between buildings and down little small roads, and you kind of turn around this one, and then you can see the house. So you can see the front door from the vantage point you're at.
Okay.
You could certainly go down like a house or two, and get a different angle on it, but you can see it clearly. From
Yeah,
where
I
you're
guess
at.
I want to see if they're like, see if I can see in any of the windows without getting too close. So I
Okay.
would do like a wide loop.
Sure, roll a stealth check. That invisibility helped Solomon's stealth check a lot.
I'll
Let's go.
whisper with it, safe words nightlight.
Got it.
Adrian had a perception check first.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got a 12.
Okay. You're keeping an
I
eye
got
out.
it. I got a dirty 20.
Okay. Same as Solomon.
Hmm.
All right, you head down a couple houses and get a different vantage point. You see, certainly what you can notice is that this house does not look like the rest. It's not dilapidated. There aren't like shutters falling off. Clearly, whoever lives here has lived here a while the rest of the town has not. You guys don't see anything, so I actually won't describe at all what Solomon does, because you wouldn't know. But eventually, I would say about a minute later, Brightwing, you would hear, actually with his stealth check, yeah, you would hear it when he gets all the way up to you, but it's not until you recognize that he's quite close to you guys again that you hear him, and no one else sees him, obviously, and then he says, he's not there, but something smells off, and I mean literally from that direction, and he points past the house.
We can't see where he's pointing.
Oh, God.
He probably throws something.
Past
in
the
there.
house. You say that after he recognizes.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
are you
right.
pointing?
Yeah, past the house.
Does it smell dead? Or
Yeah,
different?
no, that or something adjacent to it. It smells rotten, and it's coming from where they keep the graveyard, but it doesn't normally smell like that.
Right. Let's get ready, gang.
If I
Divine
had snuck
sense.
around like from the side, would I notice that as well?
So did you want to like go closer to the house, or just go get a different
If-
angle on the house?
If the group's coming up the road this way and the house is like over here, right?
Mhm.
I wanted to like go up around the next house and come down from like this way.
On the other side?
Yeah.
Then yes, I would say you get a very faint, odd, rotten smell.
Mm.
And then Solomon, well, jeez, I can't tell you to follow me. I'm headed that way. Follow my foot puffs, I guess. Starts patting that way. You can barely see little small tents in the ground if you pay really close attention.
I'm going
Okay,
to go ahead and Divine Sense.
Okay.
As we kind of get closer.
Okay, like closer to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing. No pings. Once you all reach the house, you all can smell it. You can glance in, you see what looks like a very basic homestead. And he continues to move, following the very small sounds that you can hear. And I'd say Brightwing probably is like following him closest so that she can keep an eye out on him and an ear out so that you can all follow her. Gets closer to, goes through a few trees, now out of what seems like the main part of the village. And then you all see ahead, kind of a cleared out area, a bit of a like stone path that arcs between a bunch of very like relatively basic stone marked graves kind of scattered around. They're not super regimented and clean. And one, what looks like a sort of mausoleum sort of thing, like a stone structure. Like 1, 2, 3, 3 walls, and then like a sort of entryway in the front with an arc. And the smell, as you draw closer to this, gets rancid. And
Can I cast Druidcraft to see if a flower wilts?
sure,
As we approach?
you make a flower. No, nothing.
Okay.
I look over to Eclipse with this horrible rotting smell.
My face is wrapped in my hood. Like, it's as wrapped as I can possibly get.
No.
Yep.
It's just like...
Look, if you've got
I'll
stuff
take
around,
out my
just
bottle of
send it.
perfume and I'll like dab a little on my finger and like rub it just down the front of her. Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Because I have that.
Amazing. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Just mixing in with the rest of the.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
now
it's
it
like
just-
Febreze, you know.
In the bathroom,
Okay.
yeah.
Solomon will quietly, near Yasnip and Brightwing, you hear, I'm gonna take a quick look around. I think stay here on the outskirts for now.
Very well.
Heads in, keeping the same stealth roll from before. You see him get like probably 20 feet in amongst these grave markers, and then oh no, you don't see anything. Gosh darn it! Okay, you see nothing. You see nothing.
Yep.
And then about a minute and a half later, maybe 2 minutes, you hear again small feet padding Brightwing, and then near you guys again. The smell is by far worst from the building there, but more concerning probably, a bunch of these graves are dug up.
Okay. Are we talking
Dug
dug
up
up
and
as
empty?
in somebody got a shovel, or dug
No.
up as in they were tossed up from the inside?
Neither, I would say. It looks like something, I don't know,
Collapse.
Blow them out.
wildly pulled them out, yes. Not shovel. And that being said, though, I did see tracks.
What kind?
What
You
direction?
all everywhere, heading around all these spots where they're dug up. You all have seen the you saw one of those spots with all the Blightling holes, or what we assume were the Blightling holes.
Right.
Bony feats.
Yeah.
Do they look recent?
Best guess, week, 2 weeks. So
Can
no.
I start to ritually cast Detect Magic?
Okay.
And the unlife precedes on death.
I want to go check out that building, but I didn't want to do without letting you know, and I gave it a wide berth on my first pass.
We'll be ready.
All right. I'm gonna head back then. What's the safe word again?
Nightlight.
Nightlight. All right. Be ready. Oh, you want to? I'll wait for you to finish. 10 minutes goes by unless anyone else wants to do anything else.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't tell where he's looking, so when he says things. Your detect magic goes off.
Yes.
You do not get anything.
Can I walk towards the house?
You can, although when you start to head that direction, you feel a hand on your, I guess it would be like on your elbow, because he doesn't reach up to your shoulder, despite your not great height. Do you want let me go first, say behind, maybe?
this only lasts for 10 minutes, so we should probably hurry.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Well, I just want to give it a look before you get there, and whatever, if there's something in there, it can't see me, so best for me to look first.
Alright.
So you want to follow the padding feet, or do you want to stay at the edge?
I'll follow the padding feet, and I'll just keep my eyes and my ears open to anything.
Okay. Okay. 1 second. Okay. You hear him pat ahead, and then this is so interesting with his invisibility. Okay. I would say in nearly the same instant, you hear Nightlight, and you see coming out from the upper part of the inside of this thing, like crawling its way out the door, a massive, it looks almost like a flower, but it is covered,
What?
it is covered with, yes, it is covered, or it is based with tentacles, these long tentacles that look like roots, and is filled and covered with body parts, humanoid body parts. You see heads sticking out in places, arms and legs in other places, and then above all that mass is what looks to be this flower sort of design. And it is charging Solomon. Well, you don't know where Solomon is, but it is suddenly coming out the door, and I need everybody to roll initiative.
Oh my god!
Oh,
I didn't know we were gonna fight Godric the
damn.
Grafted in Aanthara, but okay.
Dude,
Yes, we're here.
somebody finish their fucking Jumanji round. I don't want
Right?
this. Hello? Hello? Sable!
Swear to God, if there's like a tentacled proboscis situation going on, it's not gonna end well.
It's over. It's all over.
It's great.
Okay,
Stay
let
away
me
from the
put
really
you
pretty
all
ones.
down here.
Uh,
Oh, yeah, freaking go back and roll.
I will say that, given that dropping a spell doesn't take a bonus action or an action or anything, do you want to drop it as soon as you hear that yell?
Nope.
Okay. All right. I will
I
put
mean, it's
you
probably safer for him though.
here. It is.
Does my detect magic detect this creature?
No, you do not get any magic off of
That's
it.
awful looking ass.
Oh, that's horrific.
That's awful, man.
Yeah, it is very nasty.
Look at this little shack, though. It's so cute.
Okay.
That's
The
a mausoleum.
mausoleum.
That's a grave, Leah.
That's the grave?
That's
It's a
great.
mausoleum, Leah. It's a grave.
I can't tell.
That's an adorable
This little
mausoleum.
shack of death is so adorable.
Yeah,
Man, they
that-
decorated
that
your
ass.
face so well. It's
Okay, you guys
Listen.
would be. Oh yeah, Yasnap has where you are basically, like
Yeah.
kind of around this tree basically.
But,
'Cause
uh,
you're
I
staying
ain't
on
dealing
the
with
fringe.
gravestones.
It's
I'm
a
being
wild
turned into a
crazy.
tree, so I don't.
More like here.
Crazy
Are
good
we
song
drag-
by the
oh.
D52's Death Shack Baby.
Baby, yeah.
You all can pull yourself out. You should be able to.
Yeah.
Okay. Please hold. Do I have another extra marker? 'Cause this one is so
Like
dead.
here.
Oh, I do. Hell yes.
Am I closer, Matt, or am I?
Yes, you would be up the road a little ways, like probably around here if you can see this mark. No, not there,
Oh.
not there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
And then Eclipse and Faye, you'd both be kind of like at the edge of that tree where Aedwin and Yasnip are, not out on the road yet, because you guys had stayed back. Okay, let me roll for this thing.
Roll.
What's good? What's good?
good.
What the hell? Okay.
But Sean, did you get double digits this time?
I did.
All right, above a 20, anybody? 20 or above? No, okay, 15 or above.
18. Hey!
Wow, everybody
Let's
keeps tying
go!
on a-
Let's go! I'll roll trash the whole time.
I think that Yaznip's dex is higher. Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah,
Okay.
that would make sense.
So Yaz and
I
then
think. What is yours?
Clips.
20.
Okay, yes.
Woo! Yes, that is. Okay.
Wow.
And Faye and Aedwin and Brightwing. What did you all get? Just shout it out.
12.
Okay.
I was like,
6.
Okay.
shit.
Natural 2.
Ugh.
Better than me.
Oh.
Oh
One.
gosh, what'd you get?
Natural 1?
For a total of.
Or 4.
Oh,
Man, the
Okay.
turns tabled pretty hard on this one, gang.
What's
They
your
really
dex?
did, yeah.
What's my deck?
Yeah.
Let's go.
No
Is the
shit.
solid or the plan?
My dex would happen to be a 16, Matt.
Okay. Oh,
Wow,
I'm telling you
wow.
guys, the only thing worse than my Blightling attack rolls is my initiative rolls.
Mm.
Okay.
Just keep it going.
All right. Yaznip, you are up. You can see this creature. You don't see Solomon. It is rushing forward out of this building.
Cool. I didn't gather any stones.
You could
Damn
say
it.
that you did if you wanted
Okay.
to have.
I'll do that.
I would. Yeah, that was your goal, so I would say you could have
Yeah.
gathered some stones.
We had time.
We'll do that. I'll whip out that sling and.
Hell yes! Who needs Eldritch Blast when you have a
Yeah,
sling?
that's what I'm saying.
Slinging
All right,
some
fire
rocks.
away.
It's still
What's
at
the range?
disadvantage because it's only 30
Okay.
feet.
All right.
16.
16 hits. Roll
Alright.
damage.
To verify. Really
Seems
quick.
ominous enough.
Oh, it's being weird. 1 second. Okay. That will be 7 points. I apologize. 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage.
Let's go, David.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Gotta find the big one.
I think
Okay.
I only get 1. Yeah, I only get 1.
Pick up a
Yeah.
big one.
All right. Anything else?
No, hold it there.
Okay.
I probably would have actually gotten off to the side right there though.
Okay. Clips, you're up. Aedwin, you are on deck.
Okay, I have to ask a genuine question because this is not going to let go. Does this smell worse than the trolls, or is it better? Just in a
For
general
now,
sense.
from this distance at least, it smells worse. You'll have to see how much worse it gets if you get
Oh my
closer.
God.
Gosh.
Okay, I guess we'll get it out of the way. Matt, I feline and chill.
Oh god. Let's
Hell yes!
Get it!
Okay.
Get
uh,
to it.
Straight in.
It's gonna be a disaster. It's gonna be a disaster.
How the heck far can you move? Oh, you
I
can move
can-
all the way. Oh, you can't quite.
I
get
can
to it.
move up to 60, but I
Okay.
think that gets me to here.
Yeah, you're not quite
Okay.
there.
That's
Okay.
enough for me to get attention.
And you get to exactly that spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get up there. Boop. Alright.
Okay, you get to that spot and you hear right in front of you.
Yep.
Holy shit!
That man's was not ready.
Aedwin, you're up.
Rad. All right.
Solomon, you're on deck.
I am going to walk up with all of my friends,
Mm-hmm.
and
He calls us friends.
I'm going to. I'm going to
And his heart grew 2 sizes.
I was about to say it.
I'll drag the sword through the ground as this kind of darker red energy encompasses it, and I'll fling it out towards it as I cast Bane on this
Ooh,
creature.
hell yes.
Let's go.
Okay.
Love
That is going to be
What
a
is it?
charisma saving throw.
Charisma save, gosh darn it. That is a
Oh.
natural 1
That is definitely a fail.
for
Yeah.
a -3.
Let's go!
That's useful to know.
Oh
Alright.
my
Yeah.
gosh.
So, whenever it.
Shockingly,
it's
the
attack
giant
rolls or
flower full of
saves.
horrific bodies is not good at charisma. Yes. Yeah.
On your thing?
-4 on saves and attacks, right?
You need to make sure.
Minus a D4 on attacks and saves. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
For the duration.
Do you always have
Okie
things
dokie.
prepared?
Mhm.
Oh, then I'm not gonna prepare Bang then.
I mean,
won't-
it worked well for
I
you
won't
last
prepare
fight, but-
blessed. It's fine.
Okay.
There.
Oh, that's cute. The Baner
Yeah.
and the Blesser. All right. Solomon is up. Faye, you're on deck. So, I still can't move him off this layer because I'm not going to tell you guys where he is just in case. But
Mans was not right.
Eclipse, you hear a patter of feet, and you hear, "Sorry, this one's all yours."
As intended.
He's gonna go way over here
Yeah.
and
yeah.
fire away.
Wherever
Uh,
With advantage on his first one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because after this he should be visible, right?
Yes, he will.
Okay. He's in the tree, upside down, hanging. Just
Oh, that's
Freaking
not-
Robin
Somehow.
Hood.
We don't know how we got there, but
Should
the
still hit.
invisibility's giving him too much power.
he just suddenly becomes a
yes.
god.
Yeah.
It's actually like the sickest shot ever, but we can't
Yeah,
see it because
yeah.
he's invisible.
Well, no, we'll probably see the arrow. No.
We see the second.
You will see
half
the arrow.
as he's
Yeah.
like landing.
Yeah.
That is.
It's like
Okay.
he's just like mid spin, doing like a kickflip.
So, you all of a sudden see Solomon appear.
Holy shit, he went really far, I was close!
Jesus.
Wow!
Was he right here, Matt?
Oh yeah, hold
Being a
on.
ranger.
Okay, no, I mean that's 30 feet.
It's just that like
Yeah.
little load-in graphic. It's just the
Whoa!
Double check because I just realized
Hop in.
I'm small.
Just hop in my D&D now.
Okay, he's actually here because he's a halfling. I forgot. Okay,
Yeah, it sucks.
and you see you see an arrow suddenly like halfway to its target. You see it appear, and it slams into this creature, and it makes a nasty sound. Okay, Faye, you are up. Brightwing is on deck.
Cool.
Wow, okay.
You know what to do.
Yeah, I can't get that far.
Just cry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Could I?
Keep it from the squishies.
I'm gonna action to dash over like here-ish,
Okay.
behind some of this like rubble.
Mm-hmm.
And then with my bonus action, I will inspire Eclipse, and I'll sing, today is gonna be the day that it's gonna be attacked by you.
Yes.
there we go. Yeah, yeah.
Hell yes.
Let's try.
Okay.
It's a D8?
D6 right now.
Okay.
One more level,
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Wow.
and that's my turn.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. Right one.
Brightwing, you're up.
Okay.
You can use that on a saving throw too if you need to. Just
Saving
in
throw to not vomit.
case.
Yeah.
Did they say when Sean, did you detect undead? Did you get undead?
I did not, no. I also may not have been close enough, so who knows.
It has
He did it-
limbs on it though.
he
I
did it
feel
near
like
the
it's
house.
fun.
Mm.
It does have a bunch. It seems like there are bodies like almost within its form.
No.
Like it's sort of absorbed. them.
That's so gross.
I decline your
Cursed
description.
Katamari.
Ooh.
God. Jess.
Halloween edition.
God. Okay.
The game was cursed already. You knew it.
No, I'll chill, cat. I'll guiding bolt it.
Guiding boat.
Yeah.
All right, fire away.
Far away. I'll do it at second level. Why the
Ooh.
hell not? And
Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
ooh, natural 19. Plus 7. I'm pretty sure that hits.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Okay.
Yes, roll your damage.
Listen, Gray Pants, I need you to move out of the way of my dice rolls. Thank you very much. Yeah, where he was shaved,
Kitten.
it grew back gray,
Oh,
so it looks like he's
yeah.
wearing pants.
Oh,
Oh no! It's on the floor! That was under the desk. 2 4s and a 6. And then 2 more. So 14 plus 8. 22.
Wow. Very solid.
Radiant
Okay.
damage.
Yeah.
Does it seem
Okay.
like it did more?
Roll a perception check, because you're a ways away.
Natural 20.
Whoa!
It
Give
did
her the
not.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah. It hammered into one of these, and like a head seems to explode. One of these heads that's like hanging half out of it,
Oh,
but it did not.
God.
It did not seem to affect it more than normal.
No,
Mm-mm.
sir. No.
Okay, it is the creature's turn.
Mm-mm.
It is going to up to you, Eclipse,
Alright.
and
Mm.
let me just double check 1 second
Yep.
when this happens.
Mm-mm.
You
Always.
see one of the tentacle-like root things
There it goes.
from its side reach up and wrap itself around one of these corpses that you
I'm
see in its body and
sorry.
pull it out with a and then like fling
It's
it
not about to happen.
fling it towards the ground next to you, and it lands on its feet and knees and then looks up at you.
God.
Oh,
I get
no,
the
no.
That's
watching!
fucking sick, dude.
Okay,
No,
that's
no, no.
rad
so
as hell, but
cool.
also no thank you, sir.
Zombie.
And then
On
it is
point.
going to attack you.
Oh
Both
my
of them, or
God.
just it?
For now, it's the plantish creature, the
Okay.
corpsey
Oh my
plant
God.
creature thing.
I was not
Uh,
full health when I came in here, by the way. Just
attack.
We took a long rest.
No,
Yeah,
we
you did take a
didn't.
long rest.
Did we? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you guys took
We took
watch.
watch.
that was
Okay,
a long
okay,
rest.
okay.
Yeah. Everybody's
Take it.
reset.
I'm gonna take it right now.
First attack.
Very
Give
good.
me a second.
I'm gonna take it right now.
That's an 8. That's not gonna hit. What a
No.
shock.
I am still.
That is a dirty 20. So that's gonna hit.
Yeah. Okay.
For 7 bludgeoning damage.
Don't hit me with the.
Oh!
Don't hit me
And
with the and.
16 poison damage.
Shit.
Oh.
Well, I'm glad I took the rest.
Yeah. And the third attack,
Okay.
that's cocked. That's an 18.
It meets it.
Okay. That's gonna be 9 bludgeoning damage. And oh my gosh! Wow. 17 poison damage.
I am unconscious.
Holy
I rolled
Oh God!
of the 3 highest possible rolls with that poison damage. I rolled the second highest and the third highest.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay. You all see this what looks very much to be your understanding of a zombie
Mhm.
suddenly plop down next to a cliff, and then 2 woof woof with these large tentacle roots, and the second one knocks her to the ground unconscious. Please hold. Okay. The zombie takes its turn the round after
Mhm.
Matt,
The-
now.
creature, so it's going to attack you.
Yep. With advantage, because I'm
Yep.
on the
Well,
ground.
that's really bad. What's my bonus? That's 11 to hit.
Nope.
It is very fresh, I guess, and doesn't have its bearings around it, and misses. Not surprising. I roll terribly with my low creatures.
fresh?
my
Matt, I'm
mobs.
gonna fucking cry. Stop it.
Okay, that is its turn. Oh, let me put the zombie on here. Okay, Yasnip, you're up. Eclipse is on deck.
Mhm.
Oh, Eclipse is on deck.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Yasnip, you're up.
She didn't get
We
hit
don't-
while she was down, just to verify, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, what I will say is, it takes a swing, and you can see the sparks across her chainmail as it blocks the blow. Can't miss an unconscious creature.
Do we see
technically,
Zombo?
But it doesn't.
Yeah,
get
it
oh
is-
yes, thank you.
If
Yes,
I-
yes, it's
yeah,
non-invisible Zombo.
that'll
Please
help.
hold.
Thank God.
It's a Blightling
ooh.
Zombo. It's just
That'd be the
Just try
worst.
Okay. Now, Yasmin, you're up.
I'm going to move.
Matt,
slightly
did you roll
out.
those hits minus a d4?
Is it
No.
bad?
No, I did
Do you,
not.
do you remember what the hits were?
20 and 18, but one of them,
wouldn't have
Wow.
done.
yes, her armor class is 18, so one of them
Yeah.
does not hit. Okay, hold on. Thank you for
Mm.
remembering
I mean,
that.
I'll still eat it and take it as a success if you want.
The
you can
first
keep it
one,
that way.
the first one still hits. The dirty 20 still hits.
Okay.
One on the D4.
My own spells, guys.
So you're still up.
Okay.
Was it
Yeah, and I'm gonna-
16 and 8?
It was
on the
17.
second?
It was 17 total for the last hit, and I was
Okay.
yeah. I can get back to where I was.
Okay.
I remember what I was at.
Yeah, it just got a lot better.
You did take one hit still.
Yeah, I only
Okay.
from the last hit I only went
Got
up to
it.
how much I was before.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Megan.
Um,
Yasnip, you're up.
So, weapons out, kind of use it as like a pointer, and I am going to cast Mind Sliver on the large guy.
Okay.
Intelligence
Uh.
saving throw.
Okay. Ooh.
Minus a d4 from the Bane.
Ugh. There's a decent chance I can't even make this. Oh my gosh. Okay, I have to calculate this out just because of the hilarity
I hit
of
him with guiding bolt, so someone has advantage next.
Yeah, no one's making an attack yet. That is
Okay.
a -3.
Yeah. Okay.
Natural
So-
one for a -3.
Natural 2 for with
Oh.
a bad D4.
So he
And a
takes
negative.
5 points of psychic damage,
Okay.
and his next saving throw is reduced by an additional d4.
Oh my gosh, Mother Loch Ness. Okay.
What?
Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Okay. Eclipse, you're up.
Okay. Man, I'm in a second wind.
Yep.
Let's
Yeah,
just
smart.
start with
Smart.
that.
Yep.
Mhm.
Really smart?
Okay. One sec. Okay, I get 10 back. Cool.
Nice.
Hooray.
That's good. That's good.
Hooray. We're
Good
about
answer.
half.
Good answer.
A good answer.
Good answer.
Alright.
Yes,
Um,
please.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume I get up, I don't have time to pull my weepon back out, and I'm gonna slash into this thing with my claws instead.
Okay.
'cause
You can
I'm-
pull it out as a free action if you want to pull it
Okay.
out. Yeah.
Um,
It does
Then-
take after movement to get up.
yeah. Then
Or 15 feet,
I'll
technically.
stab it. I don't want to touch it. It's gross.
And you have advantage.
You
'cause I
do have
hit with guiding
advantage.
Do I?
Yes.
I hit
from
with
her
guiding
Oh,
bolt.
because guiding bolt. I was like, how?
bolt. It's covered in biodegradable glitter at the moment.
That was a lot
Yes.
better than the first roll. Okay, 22 to hit the
That
big guy.
hit. Yeah, roll. Oh! Sorry.
Yes.
Lot to do here.
Yeah.
Make starting your turn in
Yep.
its proximity. The smell is
Yep.
way
There
worse.
it is.
Wow.
Way
Yep.
worse than
Man,
the
it's
troll.
almost like I'm gonna throw up on it. 'Cause
No, I
that
need
was
you to
the
make it-
four.
I need you to, about the Constitution
man.
save was a 4.
Oh, it's a 10,
Constitution
but
savings
let's
are 10.
or it's a 9. Let's add this.
Oh yeah.
It's 11.
Nope, that still fails. So
Yeah.
your attack is actually. Do you remember the first roll?
It was a 6, so it's not.
Okay,
gonna
it
hit.
cancels out the advantage.
Oh,
Um,
God, dude.
So you're wearing a scarf or something, right?
Yeah, I wrapped basically my cloak around my
does not
face,
matter.
and it doesn't
this,
matter.
the
dude.
smell
Oh,
is
Yeah,
monstrous.
it's now throwing up in my cape.
That's what I was afraid of. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Well, okay, let's think of it this way. I did feline agility to get over here.
Maybe it flapped off.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
But it's still happening again, and that's the
Yep.
point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she didn't
So
hit.
you're
Is guiding bolt
correct.
still up then? Okay.
It's the first hit, I believe, or is it the
Yep,
first
so
attack?
it was the miss.
It's the first hit.
So I
once
missed.
it gets-
then yeah, it does not consume it if it's the first hit. I'm double checking.
I'm guessing I'm poisoned, or whatever, or is it just
Next attack roll. Nope, it's just the next attack roll. So that consumes it, unfortunately. Yeah. Yes, you are poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You put that back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to do, Eclipse? I.e. movement. Really, that's the only thing you can do because you've already bonus actioned.
Well. Nope.
Okay.
'Cause I'm gonna have
Age
that
one.
on my do.
You are up. Solomon is on deck.
Perfect. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm a stab.
Okay. Stab zombie.
Yeah. Name of my first band. That'll be. Let's see. 18.
That hits very much so.
Ooh. That'll be 12 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Big slash. It basically loses half of its rib cage and does not seem to give a flying fuck.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Let's see. So. No, that's an action. Nice. I will.
Yeah, you're up after Solomon.
Thank you.
What? Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna be
I will
fate.
bonus action harness divine power to go ahead and get my spell slot back for Bane,
Okay.
and then that will be my turn.
All right. And Bane lasts for a minute, right?
Yes, it lasts for a minute. Yep.
Okay. All right. It is Solomon's turn. He's going to fire. Oh, hell yes. That's his best roll of the campaign. 26. Oh, I heard a rolling sound. Okay, that's gonna be. Ooh. 17 damage. Okay, good turn for Solomon. Faye, you are up. Brightwing, you are on deck.
Yeah, I'm going to I'm gonna try a command,
Okay.
and I'm gonna command it to grovel
Okay.
to see what happens.
Minus
Grovel.
And-
2d4.
Yeah.
It's a
This
wisdom
is
save.
wisdom save. Okay. Okay. Too bad. I could have said like a world record low roll. Oh, that's really bad. Oh my gosh! I looked at the D4s first and didn't even look at the D20, and I rolled a 7 on the D4s. And then I looked at the D20, and it's a 2. So that is -3 again. I've rolled multiple -3s in this fight.
Wow.
It's minus
3,
5.
I think, actually.
It's a -5. Oh, unless
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a plus.
Yeah.
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 There's a plus.
Yeah.
Okay, he's very commanded. Alrighty then.
So he's
That was the
prone.
big guy?
Alright.
He will be on his turn.
Okay.
Okay. Anything
I
else?
will I'm gonna get a little bit closer to Brightwing. And then I'll just sing Brightwing, 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 Brightwing. I'm begging of you, please come heal this cat.
Yes!
I'm on the line.
I
Amazing.
did not think
Yeah.
I'd be hearing Jolene this soon. That's
Yeah.
funny.
I'm on the way.
Damn.
Does that put Brightwing in a bad connotation then if it's Jolene?
Unfortunate.
Ah.
If you watch JoJo, Jolene has a better connotation to it.
Hmm. So that I gave you inspiration because you can apply that to healing or to attack roll or to damage to
Oh.
a spell.
That's awesome. Thank
You can use it for like an attack, a saving throw, or you can apply it to healing or damage for a spell. So.
That's gonna be up to Jess because I'm going to ask Jess something in a minute.
hmm
I have to get Jess.
Has anyone hit it yet
I have to get to
Yes,
Jess
it's
first.
been hit a few times.
I have to get to Jess first.
since the guiding bolt? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, that was Eclipse.
Okay, I've just now realized I don't know. Does command use his action or his whole turn? It
His
doesn't
whole
say in the spell.
Oh,
The entire turn. I
it's
believe.
always
Whole
been
turn.
used as his. It's like they take that action and its turn ends.
Yep. It's a stun without the auto crits.
Okay. All right.
Or follow the command on its next turn. Yeah, it doesn't say. Like we've
It
never.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say specifically, but I think
so
that
it says
is how it
specifically for
works.
grovel, the target falls prone and then ends its turn. So
Yeah.
Okay, well that's useful.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right.
Probably.
Yeah,
It
so like
varies by
drop
command.
says it drops whatever it's holding and ends its turn.
Okay, so the
Like,
descriptions say it.
Flee is it uses its movement to get as far away from you as possible.
Beauty. All right,
Yeah.
Brightwing, you are up.
Okay, Jess.
Hi.
Would you like me to heal you, or I can cast Lesser Restoration and you won't have to worry about poison for the rest of the fight?
Leah, I'm gonna tell you one thing right now. If you don't leave that poison on me, it's gonna happen again.
Okay,
So,
I'm just asking you. I
Which
can
sucks.
do one or the other. I can't do both.
you know, regardless, I'm probably gonna die or get inflicted with it. So you can do whatever you want with it.
Okay. I don't like this choice. I don't like this option.
So I think it's official that
Doing.
Eclipse is the affinity soaking tank.
Yes.
Yep.
And if I had my
Takes it
4E
all.
abilities, that would go a lot better. But
Where's
it's
the
not
hunting
right
horn
now.
when you need it?
I have one. Technically.
I might regret this. I'm gonna cast Lesser Restoration on.
Okay, the poison is removed.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Alright.
cast Lesser Restoration.
Okay.
Does the
I'm gonna
entire
totally regret
thing
that.
becomes
I'm
more
totally gonna regret
tolerable? No, it's fine.
It still smells just
It's just horrible.
Yes,
it
it
It's
does.
not any more tolerable.
like a cesspit.
Cool.
Okay, and that was your movement, so that's your turn, yes?
I have my bonus action.
You do have a bonus action.
And since I'm so close to this fun action, I will shift so I can
Okay.
get 4 hit points.
Yeah. All right. The creature, on its turn, goes prone. And then ends its turn.
Actually goes prone.
Yeah?
Yes.
Alright.
There was some.
Unless it's immune
concern.
to being prone. Let me check real quick.
That's the
Okay.
okay.
That's its turn. The zombie gets to go now. It is
Mhm.
going to attack Eclipse, the creature it was summoned to attack.
Mhm.
For a probably really low number. No! A dirty 20!
Alright.
Okay.
And that's gonna be...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay. Okay.
How much damage does it do? Thank you, there it is. Oh!
Oh
My
god.
D6s are on fire right now.
Yeah,
7
yeah, yeah.
Don't make me
damage,
regret
7
my
bludgeoning.
decision.
7 total?
Yep.
No extras?
Nope.
How much?
Eclipse
How
is
much?
like, give me another one. Give me
No,
another
no
one.
flavor.
Again!
He just had that thing like he was gonna say
Just
and
7
I'm like,
damage?
alright, and just
Okay.
say
No, Yaznib, you are up. Eclipse, you are on deck.
I don't regret my decision.
30
Not
feet
yet,
of
though.
movement
I could.
to here.
Where were you? Were you right behind Aedwin?
I was up here.
Okay, you're fine.
So
Yeah.
30 feet to get there. Bonus action Hex, disadvantage on strength. And then I'm smacking
Okay.
him.
Okay, go for it. Weapon out, I assume.
Ooh, yeah, weapon out. Weapon
It's
came out.
prone.
With advantage,
With
'cause
advantage.
Still
Yep.
not a great roll.
Well.
19.
That hits. It does not seem to have a massive armor class.
Excuse me.
13 points of damage. Plus
Okay.
1 necrotic.
Hey.
Hit him with
Oh.
the hand damage.
And 1 necrotic.
Okay. Yeah, he got me. Got me.
Got him!
Okay.
God.
That's your turn?
Actually, I apologize. I would have only moved there.
I apologize.
I
Okay.
apologize.
yes.
End of my turn.
Eclipse is up. Aedwin is on deck.
Alright, no Constitution saving throws. We're good. I'm fine. I can proceed. We good? All right, I'm doing it.
That's
Go
it.
for it.
All right.
Girl, do
Matt, that's a
thing.
natural 20.
Let's go!
Oh!
Let's go!
Okay.
I don't regret my decision.
Spear away.
Yes,
Okay.
queen.
So it's max plus
what
the.
do you roll?
Max
Plus
die
the weapon
damage
again?
plus a die
Okay, so
and
it's-
plus your bonus.
Oh shit. Shit. Okay, so it's 8 plus 4 for the max, right?
Right?
So
12.
that's plus
12 plus your modifier.
2. So it's
Yep.
14 total. I think.
No, your modifier is more than 2.
Well, okay, so the max on it would be 8, and then I rolled a d8 and got 2.
Oh.
The plus,
Oh.
so
and then it's
14.
plus
Oh.
4 for the damage.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Yes.
So it's 14.
Yep.
14.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Big hit from the spear.
And I'm gonna action surge and do it again.
Another one.
Oh!
Yes.
All right.
Another
Fire
Do it
away.
one.
again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
2 nat 20s in a row. Let's go.
Please.
Okay, it's
still
not,
advantage.
but it's with advantage. It's a dirty 20, or no,
That hits.
it's 18. So
That still hits.
basically still good.
Man, this
Only
guy is
hits
getting
this
his
turn. Only hits.
Booty
Okay,
handed to
so
him.
for 8 that time.
Okay.
Okay.
Man.
And just like that, more damage than she's done in the entire campaign.
Yep.
Yeah, for real.
True.
Mhm.
All right.
Come on, I get my feeling agility back. Yeah.
You do.
I did.
Edwin,
Yeah.
you are up. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please, my good sir.
But I'm not within 5 feet.
You don't have to be.
That's so awful. Hold on. I don't even know what my con save is anymore.
The stench is atrocious, by the way.
Okay. 17.
That succeeds. All right. You push through the horrible stench. You're up.
I am going to leave the Zombo.
Okay. Okay. Attack of opportunity from the Zombo.
Yes.
Ooh, natural 19. That's gonna hit.
Well, that's a bitch. All right.
Is it though?
For sit. Oh, are you? You can't do anything. Oh, yes, you could do
can't-
something.
He was right next to me.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah. Do you want to intercept?
Yeah.
Wait. Is the interception? That
He
that
was
reduces
right next to-
damage, right?
Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how
Roll
much
away.
did you roll, Matt?
6.
11.
Oh my god! I hate my life. Okay.
Imagine being able to do
Beast.
stuff, Matt. How crazy is that?
Yeah, couldn't be me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
I think I am the DM who does the least in combat in D&D history.
I don't know, you basically wiped out my whole HP earlier.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
get a good start. Now
You
I'm
did the
sitting
same
on the
thing to me in
ground.
last combat, so
Yeah.
all right.
Um,
and
Okay, yeah, it's your turn.
yeah. So I am going
You have
to
flanking if you
and
get a
advantage. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
you do.
Mhm.
Hey, let's go.
Big ouch.
Yeah.
Wait,
have
is it
flanking
advantage
and
or is it the
advantage?
reduced
Oh.
critical?
It's
Oh.
I have
both
advantage
because it's prone.
prone, and I have the reduced critical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
this is
I
doing
did
dirty.
only roll a 15 though, so it's a dirty
Ah.
20.
Missed
That
that.
still hits.
Yeah. I'll pump a divine smite in it. Why not?
Okay.
It's almost like it's the one chance we're gonna get to just completely JoJo kick this thing into the ground.
No. Okay.
We don't kill it, game over.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not the best, but it's acceptable. So that's gonna be 8 points of slashing damage and 11 points of radiant.
Oh, that's a big oof. Okay. Oops. All right. Wow. Solomon, you are up. Faye, you're on deck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Solomon is going to. He's gonna try to be the picker-offer here. He's gonna fire at this zombie.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, not that dice. This dice. That's gonna hit. That is a 23. Yes, 23. For. Ooh. I think that's enough. Let me look. Yes, it is. All right, you guys see an arrow come whizzing by Brightwing's ear and go right between this actually, it would be into this guy's ear, halfway out the other side, and the zombie. Well, the zombie.
Crap.
Oh.
Uh,
Oh, come on, Matt. No.
Roll that con
Now
save.
it explodes.
Roll that con
Yeah,
save.
he has to roll so high.
Ooh, okay.
Nope. Ugh!
Okay.
I almost dropped my dice. Okay, yeah, it actually does drop.
Oh.
Ear,
Sweet.
arrow through the ear.
I thought it exploded. I thought
No.
We're not playing left or dead. It's fine.
That's what
Great.
that thing is.
Bay, you're up right when you're on deck.
Yay.
The big guy's the problem.
I'll speak to this disgusting thing and I'll say, "What's that all over you?" Oh, that is your face. Oh, and I'll cast Vicious Mockery.
Damn.
Got him
Huh.
again.
Wait, how does this
Got
thing
him.
laugh? I'm actually horrified.
Well, it's just vicious
Yeah.
mockery.
It's
Minus a
fine.
D4.
So it's a Wisdom minus a D4.
Oh my gosh.
Is this still 1d4 or is it 2?
No,
It's
just
only one now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's terrible. My saves with this creature have been absolutely horrific. That is a 7. So no.
Excellent. So it takes 3 points of psychic damage, and it has
Mhm.
disadvantage on its next attack.
Mother fuck. Next attack or next turn of attacks?
Attack.
Next attack.
Hold
Okay.
on. Let me read the
That's
thing.
a big difference.
It's a
Yeah.
cantrip, Matthew.
Yeah, that's
pretty
true.
sure it's just
The next attack,
Yeah.
attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Got it.
Alright.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
And then, yeah, for my bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and actually, I'll step up here I'll step
Ooh.
here,
Okay.
right here, and I will activate my necrotic shroud.
Okay. Wow. So much. That is a wisdom save.
Mm-hmm. Minus a D4.
I don't even need to roll the minus d4 because that is a 6.
Is it poop?
Oh boy. Okay, it is frightened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Has
I'm
disadvantage
frightened
on
a
all
bit.
attacks.
Yes. Yes, it does.
If it can see until the end of my next turn. So
Yeah.
that's
Further.
just this next. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's more
Right
more
wing.
that it can't come closer to me.
Yep. Brightwing, you are up.
Well, yeah.
I can't even begin to have the audacity.
I
Didn't give you the option
I
to
am-
have audacity.
I am very tempted to go over and do a second inflict wounds on this guy, but I will be a good
Yes,
cleric.
girl.
No, do it.
I'm going to be a good
Well,
cleric.
it's in.
Kill it with death.
Kill it.
I'm going to be a good cleric and heal my friend.
Okay.
But no, my temptation is there.
If you still have the inspiration, you can add that if you
I
need to.
Two. Sorry,
If you so desire.
I said do it, and then I looked back at my character sheet, and I was like, never mind, help me.
I'm dying. Take back my- Okay. 9. What am I adding? Inspiration.
D6.
D6.
Mhm.
No.
5. So 14
14.
plus 5. 19.
That hits.
No. That's
She's
the
healing.
heal.
Oh.
And then I'm unconscious.
Yeah. Wait. That was this. Oh, you can add it to spells. That's right. Yeah.
Like not weapon
Right, we
attacks.
just
but
fucking, like-
spells.
Put
Got
quick
it.
wounds on the clips.
You actually only take 18 because you take 1 point of slappage.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Okay, that is a big heal. All right. Anything else, Brightwing?
Big fucking
That was really-
unconscious at that point.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to make you so hard.
Oh, no.
And then I will cast Shillelagh on my staff as my bonus
Okay,
action.
staff shillelagh again. All right. It is my damn turn when I can do something again. So the creature gets up.
You could try.
Oh,
Go for it, homie.
boy.
Give it a
Yeah.
shot. I dare you.
This is tough.
Guys, be careful. He can still roll 2 natural 20s.
Yeah, he could.
Come on, guys. I'm not
Odds are
gonna
ever
risk. I'm
against
not
your
gonna
favor.
risk it.
Okay, it is going to.
Do I have to make a con save, Matt?
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Why? Just
From starting
just
her
let him
turn
forget.
that close. Nope.
Natural 18 plus 2, so 20.
Okay, you're good.
That tracks.
And you're good permanently. Okay, it is going to again reach up one of these rooty tentacles, pull out a corpse, and fling it at a slight diagonal at this horrific bard that put it on the ground.
He didn't know that.
Poof.
Okay, so now we can Jojo mean that guy.
Yeah.
And this one
Everybody.
you see is was a dwarf.
Oh.
Barely the remnants of red beard and hair.
No.
Oh no!
Bruh.
It's Nori.
Well,
No.
Finding Nori didn't end so well.
Oh!
It's a small orange thing.
No.
And then he's going to make 3 attacks at
Well,
disadvantage.
isn't Nori actually
shit.
one
On
of
who? On who?
I forgot.
Oh gosh. I'm gonna roll for it.
You have 3 targets, Matt.
Attacking
You got
who?
3
Yeah.
You have
attacks,
4
three
targets, Matt.
I'm picking. 1 through 2 is Eclipse, 3 through 4 is Yasnit, 5 through 6 is Adwin. It's a 1.
God damn
Okay,
it.
so Eclipse.
Adwin is not there.
I just healed her, Matt!
I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on.
Disadvantage, disadvantage.
Hold on.
Brightwing
Yeah.
is also right there, and also Adwin
No,
is not.
Brightwing's
I'm right
not
behind.
within the zombie. Oh, this is not the zombie. This is
This
the
is the zombie.
No, this is
No,
the
no.
plan.
It's still the zombie
Guys,
turn.
It's big plan.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought the zombie was attacking.
We're
Yeah.
derailed.
Oh,
What's
that
happening?
was decent. 16 to hit. That doesn't hit. Who am I kidding? Oh, it's gonna try one more time, but it might get fed up with your hardness to hit. Nope, that's gonna miss. It's moving on. It's gonna attack Yasnip instead. It slaps at you twice. You parry one with your buckler and then one with your spear, and it's like, fuck this cat.
Okay.
Oh, all of these are a minus D4 as well, Matt, by the way.
That can't hit.
This whole party is just debuffs.
Oh, it's so hopeless. All right, nope, nothing. That misses. All 3 miss. Zombie's turn. Zombie's gonna attack Faye. Not at disadvantage.
Would it be hopless
Y'all
because
remember
it's a
when this was
plant?
happening to y'all?
That is a dirty 20
No.
for 5 bludgeoning damage from the Zambi.
I'm
Oh
out
my god.
of reactions. Fuck.
Okay.
It's fine.
That is its very unsuccessful turn. This poor guy. Yasna, if you were up, Eclipse, you were on deck.
I'll make it quick. 2 attacks at the big guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're just
19.
gonna cycle.
Second
19.
attack is a 15.
Both hit.
Okay. First one. 15 points of damage. And
Goodness gracious.
5 points of necrotic.
Hey.
Oh.
Second attack is 6 points of damage. And 2 points of necrotic.
Okay. That's
Brian
it.
has a black
we're
thumb.
up in the encounter difficulties from now on. This is obscene.
Wait, I can do it. I can do it.
Oh.
Okay. Anything else?
That ends my turn.
Kills
All right.
everything the light touches.
Eclipse, you are up. Adwin is on deck.
Alright.
You crit on an 18.
Dude, you're asking so much right now.
Listen! You got a
Oh.
nat 20, okay?
My bad. Con save.
Yes, man, it is hard. If I was not playing so badly, I could remember these things. But the horror of how badly it's going for me
So,
just pushes all that stuff out of my mind.
How does this affect me? Because I rolled an 8.
You have disadvantage. You got your
Okay.
poison. So yeah,
I
you need
will
to make
roll.
both those attacks one more time.
That's a
We all
natural
see him?
19.
One of these days I'm
that's
gonna
a
remember.
27.
Okay, so
that
that
one's
still
fine.
hits.
Second one is a 16.
That still hits. All good. The dice never lie. Okay,
Yes, yeah.
now it
Now
is
I'm
the
good,
turn.
right?
You can't see him. It's
Yes.
blurry.
Blurry. He's asleep on the piano.
No.
Oh.
Mm.
Pika-Pika.
11?
To hit?
Mm-hmm.
No, that misses.
Alright, we can move on. Do I need to roll
Okay.
con save again?
No, you do not. Once you've
Okay,
saved, you're good.
moving on.
Edwin, you're up. Solomon, you're on deck.
My time has come.
All right. As bonus action, I am going to Valve Enmity.
Okay.
So now I have advantage.
Advantage, yep, and lowered crit chance.
Yep. And I'm going to go for a big old stabby stab.
Yeah. Oh,
Stabby
good
stab.
God.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's so...
Chicken.
I don't have inspiration either. It's a bad time.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault. It's me being terrible. Apparently. So that's gonna be a 12.
12 is its armor class.
Hey.
Bruh.
Yeah, that hits.
12
Bruh.
armor class?
Yes.
Rolled an 11.
It is not armored. It is a planty monstrous thing.
You rolled an 11?
Bad time.
Yes!
Yes,
That's
good
rolled
I
an
roll.
11
did.
on the last-
Sean rolled a 12.
Oh, I thought you said like I thought you meant like your natural roll was an 11, and I was like, what
No.
happened?
No.
Max damage. That's gonna be 13.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Please kill it.
Uh,
You have any more divine smites?
I
Okay.
really like at the rate we're fighting. I can't burn any more slots, man. I gotta chill out.
That's fair.
Yeah. So that's it. That's all I'm doing.
Forgot about the
okay.
I'll cross that for later.
Oh boy. All right. It is Solomon's turn. Faye, you're on deck. You all hear behind you. Fuck this thing. And it's going to move
Bruh.
over to here
Get him.
and
Take
Get
it.
fire.
him.
Come on, do some crazy.
Do it.
Like,
Some
arcane
fire
archer
arrows.
shit. Come on.
That's gonna hit. That's 24.
Alright.
No, his spells are not good at that. He's good at shooting. That's what he does.
Okay.
Fair.
But that's really good. Oh.
Oh, Ruby's starting another fight in the background.
I,
Uh,
that,
uh,
okay. He, you guys see this arrow completely disappear into this creature, and it stumbles for a second. It looks very, very hurt, but he did not get the killing blow, sadly for me. Faye, you're up. Right when you're on deck.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad about this, and I've also got my my black eyes going. Do a
Mhm.
little extra necrotic damage. So I'm going to try to just. I'm gonna take out my rapier, or
Mhm.
I guess I would have been holding that with the flute, but like I want to jam it up in between his ribs and try to like pull out and crack a couple of his ribs off.
Oh my god.
Yeah. On the zombie,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, on the
Okay.
zombie.
Go for it.
Well, that's a natural 18.
That crits.
And yes, it does.
Okay, okay. That's what I was wondering.
Yep,
So
you
we
are
do
flanking
it.
it.
So it's 8 plus a d8.
Plus your bonus.
So the d8 is 5.
13.
13 plus 3 is 16 plus 2 necrotic.
Oh!
So 18 total.
Wow!
Total damage.
Okay, zombie.
Okay. It does not fall, but when you pull out, it like 4 or 5 ribs splinter, fall apart, and it
Oh,
also
God.
stumbles just a bit. That looked like it hurt a lot. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm trying to be creative. I'll holler over at Edwin and I'll just say, if it went for a foolish attempt at glory, then nothing would ever be accomplished.
Facts.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Brightwing, you were up.
Alright. The zombie still alive?
Yes, barely. It looks
Unfortunately.
quite unfortunately wrecked.
And so does the plant monster?
Yes, both look quite unfortunately wrecked.
I'll go after the plant monster and I'll just
Okay.
make my way around.
Oh, wait.
I mean, this.
And I'm
The
gonna
zombie
save my
is dead.
I'm gonna save my spell slots. I'll try and get in flanking with Yasna right here.
You get it. Shillelagh
and
away.
I'm gonna shillelagh. I'm gonna save my spell slots.
You fucker.
Uh, 23 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Not crit though, but that's okay.
Nope.
Ah. 11.
11. Brightwing, would you like to describe the finish?
Yeah.
I think it's. Do I get an attack of opportunity because I leave the?
I don't know that, does she?
Were you here?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
there.
she was adjacent to the zombie.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yes, one of these days.
Keeping
That
them
one.
honest.
14. That misses, I think.
It misses. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I rolled max interception. Fuck.
I think this creature very much angers Brightwing because it is an abomination of nature
It
and
is.
death, and so it's. I would say like she's really shifted. She's shifted, but like you just see this kind of more primal, like eye shift happen as she just lays into this scene with a more brutal nature than she probably has ever done to end the mockery of death that she sees.
Hell yeah.
Two
Okay.
killing blows. Two killing blows. Brightwing?
I don't. I've never had killing blows before, so
Two
it's
killing
great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's true.
Well, it's its turn, but it cannot do anything owing to the fact that it is dead.
Hey.
Okay, my life. Okay, but the zombie's still alive, and he only cares about ripping things apart. So he's going to attack Bay. That's who he was set on, right?
Suddenly, the zombie just gets like a breath weapon out of nowhere. You know?
Oh my god.
True.
Gotta up the
Trans-
CR
Nope,
on
that's
these.
an 11. That's gonna miss. That is its turn. Yasnip, you are up. Eclipse is on deck. There is one zombie left, and he's low.
Action, move, and hex. And then
Okay.
slice. That's a natural 19
Yeah.
Yeah, that crits.
Yeah.
for
That's a crit,
27. I'm gonna do it right this time. Hang on.
Did you roll? Do you get 2 dice?
Yeah, I
Oh,
have
because
2
your
dice.
hex. The hex is doubled.
No, the hex isn't doubled.
Yeah. Ours is.
23 points of damage.
Woo!
And
This man's friend.
and
Oh, that's right. This is the dwarf.
4 points of necrotic.
Okay. You spin, stab up through this thing, and it. Well, we'll see if it. What was the total? 23?
Yes, 23 and 4. So 27.
Oh, no, he can't even save. I'm just gonna roll for fun. Oh! I rolled a natural 19! Wait, let me just make sure. That's 22. Nope, and it's 5 plus what you did, so there's no chance, yeah. It stops moving, the grunts and sounds disappear, and it is dead.
Is it wearing any fabric?
Yeah, it has like the remnants of really rotted old clothes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna clean my rapier off on his nasty fabric.
Okay.
Yeah. Just-
Solomon will walk over and look down at the remainder of this dwarf corpse, and his face is hard set. You guys can see. Yeah, everybody's right there. You would see like there are tears welled up, but none fall down his cheeks. He's pissed at least as much as he is saddened and holds them back.
Brightwing's gonna gently walk up behind him.
Okay.
Just put a comforting hand on the shoulder and kneel down with him.
Okay.
And just, it's more of a presence of comfort as he takes in the death of his friend.
Okay. Whatever's making this shit, rip it apart when you find it.
Do you want us to rebury him, do something to honor him? Is there anything we can do?
I don't honestly feel like what's left was him, and I also don't feel like it's likely that whatever brought him up is going to come back again. If you can burn it and that thing.
I'm already pulling out a
light
torch
him.
for that thing. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to be upset if we did that.
What was
I'd
his
light a
name?
produce flame and
Yeah.
His
Before
name.
you even get your torch out, Aedwin just
His name is
and
Nori.
sets them both afire.
His name was Nori.
I'll go into my pack and pull out a bottle of Scumble.
Nice.
I am going to open the blackberry,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll present the bottle to him.
Okay.
Nori.
Takes a 3 gulp swig, and then pours another gulp's worth on the ground. Hands it back to you.
Take a drink.
I think we should get the fuck out of here.
Agreed.
Fast. All right.
I help move
I'm
the
gonna
body into the fire
Yeah.
so that it's
Okay.
all burning at once.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna control flames
Mm-hmm.
and just change the colors to not like a roaring red, but like more of a pretty like white color.
Okay.
It's more
Like a soft white.
soft white.
Okay. All right.
Can I do
And
a
you guys.
quick glance into the mausoleum? Are those steps going down?
No. That's
Okay, it's
just,
just
in
a room.
the map of the art.
Got
Yep.
it. Okay, I'm satisfied.
Okay. You guys head away. Pick up your travel again, as it was only about halfway into the day. And towards the later evening, and Solomon probably mentions this as you're going, he pushes everybody to go a little further than maybe normal because you guys are within reach. And by late-ish night, like 9, 10, you see the lights of Raygrove. Make your way back into the city. And we will pick up with what you decide to do with this creature, and then what you decide to do after that in session 20, where you will all be level 5.
Hey!
Yeah, let's go,
Let's
let's go!
fucking go!
Third level spells, baby!
I
Woo!
get second level spells.
I get
Wait.
something.
An extra attack!
Holy
Yeah.
shit!
I get an
Yeah.
extra attack.
finally do things.
My inspiration
I'm
goes to
so
a D8, and they
excited.
reset
Ah.
with a short rest.
Ah!
Uh-huh.
Oh boy, the powers are
I,
growing. I don't like
So
this.
many charisma saving throws.
I also
I'm
get an
so
extra
excited.
attack.
Oh!
We're here to fuck your shit up, Matt.
That's
Do
a
you
lot
wanna
of
do
attacks.
HP rolls?
I'm frightened. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
2 HP rolls.
I think
and then
mine are
favorite moments.
fixed anyways, so I think I'm just stuck.
Dang, we were one level away from me destroying undead and just annihilating that undead crocodile.
We
It
did
wouldn't
we did
It wouldn't
we did health rolls in roll 20, right? Is that how we did last time?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Okay.
Mine are fixed.
Yep.
I
Oh,
think I have
okay,
digital
hang on.
dice on.
How do I roll dice and oh, here we go. Oh wait,
Bottom
in roll
left,
20?
there's a little.
Yeah,
Bottom left, there's a little
animated.
dice.
Oh, and roll
Oh,
20?
it's roll 20, not.
In roll 20 or D&D
No,
Beyond?
no, in D&D Beyond. You can do it in
Okay.
roll 20 with a code.
If you
or
do it
might
in
show
roll
up
20,
Oh.
it'll be on
too.
the stream on the recording as well.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, got it. Okay.
As long as
Oh,
my
Oh yeah, and you
dice
can do the
roller works.
animated ones if you set it up.
Nah, good.
I don't know how to do that.
I don't know how to do it either. I heard a sound.
I don't know what I got.
What do
Five,
I-
got a
what do I
5,
type in?
Megan got a 5. Jess got an 8.
What's my freaking thing?
Oh, he just got an 8 on a D10. Okay, I thought it was a D8 for a second. Still, that's
Oh, I
really
see
good.
it.
It's
What do I
probably
roll?
better than I've rolled literally ever on
You
these.
roll your
Hey.
hit dice, which is I think a D8.
Got a
Okay.
5.
and
So
what
I
do
add
type
that
in?
Yeah,
To the
see.
rolled HP value, right? And then that's the only
Correct.
thing.
Yes, and then it'll add your con bonus in for you automatically.
Alright.
What do I put in? What's the code?
It is D8.
/ roll D8.
Or on the
Sounds
left-hand
with a
side, there's
space.
a little thing of a D20, and you can just click the D8, and it'll roll.
Yeah.
Slash.
Is the extra attack the only thing that happens at 5? Do I do anything else?
I'm
or is
sure you
it-
get something else, but that's the big thing for you for sure.
Okay.
Oh well.
Looks like
It's also
Yeah.
a proficiency bonus increase.
Oh yeah.
That's
So
No
everybody's
save
skills.
DC.
Now it's a 13. You're in trouble, Matt.
Oh boy.
Hi, we leveled up.
There you go,
We
Leah.
did. We
Not
leveled up.
not great.
A 3.
Not great though.
Fortunately, your tank rolled very well.
My what?
Which one?
Your tank.
What's that?
Well, the other one technically gets average because he's got fixed, but Eclipse got an 8. Okay, favorite moments, and then we'll wrap up session 19.
The part where I reminded Matt that Bane is in fact a spell that exists.
Yeah.
That was just a joy.
Yep.
The part where I
but-
reminded Matt that Sean had cast Bane and
Yep.
removed a hit
Yeah.
from Eclipse and undead
Oh.
her, unalived her.
I don't even know how I'm supposed to like deal with you guys because these are like we're in a swamp. All these creatures are creatures. They don't have great spell saves against the things you guys are doing.
The Bane
just
that
so
forced
boned.
my freaking low ass spell DC save to also work to cause another
Yep.
D4 reduction. Like,
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Are we
For my
saying-
-3.
Are we saying that we're gonna have taken a long rest? Can we do the level up? Or should we wait?
It would happen that night, and you guys can I'll say you guys can do it. If we do things like with the creature that night, which I assume you probably would, you wouldn't have that stuff technically, but we can. There shouldn't be anything big unless it tries to escape. You have to grapple it or something. In which case, we'll just have to remember. Technically, you're not level 5, but I would say yes, so that you guys can go through all your stuff and prep for that session. Oh man, I'm trying to think of a favorite moment and mostly just remembering all the times that I hated my life at playing these monsters. I guess I really enjoyed my 2 big rounds.
mhm.
You did a
Those
lot
were-
of damage, dude.
One
Yeah.
of which was negated.
Yes, that's true. It was still, it was
But
still
in
a
the
big
moment,
hit,
it was
though.
good.
Like,
Yeah.
you still almost knocked me unconscious in one round and also Eclipse unconscious in one round. So, I mean,
Yeah.
like, that was
Yeah,
fucking
These creatures
scary.
do damage when they can.
When they are not commanded on the ground.
Mhm.
Yeah, we do have,
Yeah.
like, a debuff central. We do have, like, a
Yes.
lot of stuff going on.
You
with
do.
that.
Oh.
Bro.
What?
All my skills
There's
went up
so
because
many-
expertise.
There's
Yeah.
so
Oh
many
my
stuff.
god.
Guys,
Yeah.
I need sending.
Oh, sending.
Right, we're just sending now.
Yes.
And revivify at this level.
And
If I'm
revivify.
not mistaken. Yeah.
I need diamonds.
Yeah. We don't got no diamonds.
Oh,
gotta find
spirit
some.
guardians. That's cool.
You know, sending's actually fucking huge right now.
Yeah,
It is.
it is.
Absolutely huge.
I'm just,
So that
call,
means
I'm just gonna
she-
call
yeah.
doesn't-
everyone.
That means she doesn't need the earring anymore.
Yeah.
No, you
Not
guys
for
can
long
No,
have
no,
it.
no.
distance.
It's sending. That's not.
It's
Yeah,
this-
sending is
message.
like across planes. Even it's not message.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. She doesn't need the earring anymore. She can do it on her own.
She could
For-
still use the earring and not spend
It's
the spell
not
slot.
Yeah, it's not
message.
message.
Yeah,
so
because
she-
it is a 3rd level spell slot, so it's a
mean,
big
yeah.
deal.
Mhm.
But yes,
fair.
she could if she needed to.
more for
Any other
long-term.
favorite moments?
I liked all the combats, but I also loved Megan and I's and technically Sean's conversation. Because
the middle
we
man.
both side messaged Megan, "Hey, do you want to take watch?" And then Megan's like, "Rollies," because we both want to do it.
I rolled a
Oh,
19,
that's
by the way.
amazing.
I made them rollies because they both asked to take watch with me, and I was like rollies, and she got a 16 and he got a
awesome.
19. So.
Damn.
There was
That's
no
pretty
way I
good.
was waking Brightwing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
I don't know. Getting knocked to 0 was wild. I was like, cool.
Yeah.
That is happening.
Oh, I guess the part where you leaned
It's
in heavily
terrifying.
into your mic and were just like, fucking kill me.
Yeah.
You know? That part was kind of bonkers.
Yeah, I will actually say one thing that
So
I
no,
thought
let
was
me die.
really badass is how many times interception actually did like,
Yeah.
work today.
Like 4 times there, I think.
The
It's
parry?
just like pop, pop, pop. No, fuck
Cancels
off.
all the damage.
The casual, oh, and I rolled max interception and he didn't even get hit. What the hell, man?
Yep.
Yeah,
No,
she-
it was-
Things.
When
I
Brightwing
didn't-
walked away,
I
I was like,
didn't
fuck
take-
it, I'll roll it anyway.
I didn't take any damage the first fight because you intercepted the only hit that was against me.
Mhm.
So that was huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the dynamic is making more sense.
Yeah.
We're
It's fun when
getting
it
it.
works, but I need
Getting
people
it.
next to me so that it doesn't
Literally our whole build though, like this whole
Everyone
party
but
build
Edwin
is debuffing.
was right
Huh?
around you. Everyone but
Yeah.
Edwin was
Oh,
right
yeah.
around you until the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was great.
Yeah. All right, we will end it there and pick it up in session 20 at level 5. Big moments for the group. Well done. Well captured a Blightling. And you maybe have a path forward to something. We'll see. Adios. See you later.
Level 5! Woo! So excited.